All right, so check in today. Who are you? Position in district. How are you? Time constraints. Who's missing? Issues or elephants? Expectations. And then tell us the name of one of your pets. And if you don't have any pets, tell us what you'd name a pet. Man, Heather, I couldn't have planned that better. We're starting with Dave Lockley. Maybe we're starting with Dave Lockley.
Nope, I'm right here.
Sorry, there you go. I saw your lips moving, but I couldn't hear you, Dave. Sorry.
That's just me chewing my gum and talking. I turned first. All right. Good afternoon, Dave Lockley. The pleasure of serving as the president of BTA. I'm doing well. There's no joy greater than telling a 10-year-old that it's a snow day. So that was quite fun this morning. And so I'm doing pretty well. Although for a snow day, I seem to be working awfully hard today, but that's all right. That's just the nature of the beast, I guess, these days. I don't have any time constraints other than I may disappear to pull dinner out of the oven before it catches on fire and get it plated up for everyone. I didn't have a chance. I got distracted. You said who's missing, and so I was flipping through the participant list, so I did not have a chance to get all the way down, so I don't know if there's anyone missing at this time. And I'm sorry, Dave, what was the question?
The question is tell us the name of one of your pets, and if you don't have a pet, tell us what you'd name it.
Gotcha. So we have a little beagle. By little, I don't actually mean little. He's just short in size, but not in stature. He's probably a little big for a beagle. And his name is Zippy, because that darn thing just zips around and disappears without a second thought. It's all over the place.
Very good. Marty.
Marty McCarthy, principal of Thornton Middle School. No issues or elephants. I'm doing well. Did a lot of shoveling today, so that's good. And I'm at home, so I don't have my usual pristine Adams 12 setup, so I can't see everybody at once. So it's hard for me to tell who's missing. But I have a dog. He's a black lab. His name is Finn.
Laura Mitchell.
Wow, so soon. I'm very good today. Apparently, Dave, you've never seen high schoolers do the happy dance when their Alaskan superintendent decides that they're going to get a snow day, and it was their in-person day. So, yep, it's a sight to see. And so I had a great day because they're here and they're all cool and relaxing. I don't have any clue who's missing because no one before me has been able to tell me. Issues are elephants. I don't have any expectations. The normal. We're going to work together and get lots done. The name of our pet. We have a theme in our house. See if you can figure it out. We have a red mini Labradoodle. Her name is Molly, as in Weasley. And we have a German Shepherd who's a bit of an airhead, and her name happens to be Luna, as in Lovegood.
Good. Kathy.
Would love to spend time with the Harry Potter pets at the Mitchell house. I'll just solve that riddle for 100, Pat. My name's Kathy Plomer. I'm on the Board of Education. I'm pretty good today. I don't think anybody's missing. I keep racking my brain, but someone will have to correct me, but I'm going to go for that. I have no time constraints, no issues or elephants, and we have just one cat named Macy. And you've seen her, and she gets cranky while I'm on these, so maybe you'll see her again.
Very good. Kristen.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kristen Powers, principal at Riverdale. I'm doing really well today. We had a fun day, and my twins are turning 17 tomorrow. So we baked cakes today and got ready for parties tomorrow. No issues or elephants, no time constraints. I'm pretty sure Bo is missing. And we have a yellow lab named Goose.
All right. Ian.
Hi, my name is Ian Savlich. I'm a language arts and language development teacher at Northway Middle School. Sounds like Bo is missing. I'm doing rather well today. A little bit of time off the screen was really appreciated. No issues, elephants, expectations. Let's continue this great work we've begun. And pets, I've got a dog, little dog named Buddy. I don't know the story behind that name. Sounds like it just stuck. And a cat named Zora, after one of my favorite authors.
Very good. Matt.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Matt Schmidt. I am the principal at Pathways Future Center School. I am doing just fine. No issues, elephants, time constraints. My expectation is we'll continue to work through the nuances of the contract like we always do. Sounds like Bo is missing. Thank you, Heather. And let's see. Yes, I absolutely have a dog named Wilson. He is a yellow lab mutt. So he rules the house.
Mila.
Good afternoon. My name is Mila Shepard. I serve as the Chief of Human Resources, and I'm doing just fine today. Lots of screen time for us. Snow day? What snow day? That means nothing, except that you just get up at 4:30 in the morning, right, Chris? Or earlier. But doing well other than that. And yeah, no issues or elephants. Bo is missing. And pets, you know, we don't have any furry pets at our house. And that is a lack that my husband would like to correct, but he doesn't want to bring a dog to our house. The deal is when I retire and we go to live on a boat, we will have a skipper key, which is a breed that's meant to live on a boat. And his name will be Gus. So it's all mapped out.
Very good. Sandy.
Hi, Sandy Sorensen. I'm a science teacher at North Glen High School. Doing good. Thank you, Chris, for the snow day. This has been a very refreshing day. Bo is missing. I have no time constraints, no issues, elephants, expectations, just of course that we get things done like we usually do. Okay, so Dave Musseter, as soon as you said the question of the day, he made an appearance. So this is Sebastian, and he's very vocal, so I usually just meow at him. And he was literally an alley cat. I picked him up off the street. I didn't mean to. He just came in my house when it's cold one night, and he never left. So I also have 2 dogs, Daisy and Millie Mae.
All right. Linda.
Hi, Linda Walther. I'm a retired teacher and counselor from District 12. I'm much better this week than I was the last time we met. A little antibiotics will do wonders for you. Bo is missing. I do have a time constraint tonight. I'm scheduled to get my second COVID shot at 6:10, but I have to go to Aurora to get it. So I think we're going to try and leave around 5:15. I'll be on my cell phone, but I don't know how efficient I am on that. So last time I went, it was 10 minutes in and out. So I'm hoping it won't take very long. I have no issues or elephants. The expectations, of course, are to continue with the work we've started. And we do have a pet. He's a Bichon Frise, and his name is Ziggy.
Allison.
Sorry, you cut out. Did you say Allison?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sorry.
I was like, I think that sounded like part of my name. Yeah. Hi there. I'm Allison Alter. I'm good. I really appreciated the snow day. I didn't do that much relaxing, but we're buying a house. And so I spent my day doing a boatload of paperwork and like getting documents together. So I still appreciated it very much. Oh, I teach social studies at Horizon High School. I don't have any time constraints, no issues or elephants. Expectations, just do good work as always. And I do have a dog. She's a rescue dog that is absolutely crazy. And her name is Kiwi, like the fruit or the bird. Take your pick.
Very good. Teresa.
Hello, everyone. Teresa Barajas, Assistant Principal at Northglenn Middle School. I'm doing well, very grateful for this snow day. I got up early waiting for the message to come through, and that was about 4:30, 5 o'clock. And then I was super excited to wake up my daughter, and she was like, yay, rolled over, and that was it. I mean, she's a senior in high school, so I was more excited than she was at the time. No issues or elephants, no time constraints, expectations, just that we get everything done and maybe early as I laugh. We do have a pet. It's my daughter's bird and lots of personality. It's a parakeet and the parakeet's name is Peaches, and the parakeet can say, give me a kiss and thank you. And so now I'm trying to teach the parakeet good morning.
Very good. Deborah.
Good evening. I am Deborah Blake, special education teacher at Arapahoe Ridge Elementary School. I am doing well, very grateful for the free IEP writing day where I don't have to write subplans in order to do that. So thank you very much, Chris. Heather, congratulations on the new position. I'm very excited for you. Other than that, I am doing well, no issues or elephants. We know Bo is missing, and I do have a dog. He is a Labradoodle, Cooper the Wonder Dog.
Very
Hi,
good.
Sandy, he says.
Shelley.
Dave, I just want to say Hazel Fobert is in the house.
Hazel's in the house. Very good. I haven't even got to Hazel yet. So Heather Espinoza, or Shelley, excuse me, Shelley first and then Heather.
I'm Shelley Durock. I teach third grade at Meridian Elementary, and I'm doing quite well today. Like a lot of people, I feel refreshed with a day to get some papers graded and some household chores accomplished. My long driveway shoveled without doing it in the dark. Let's see, I have no time constraints. I have no issues or I have expectations that maybe we'll get a lot done today since we're all maybe a little bit fresher than we usually are at this time. I have no pets. I'm a little, actually quite a bit afraid of dogs and have an allergy to cats. But I did have a student once who felt very compelled to give me a pet. So they gave me a rock with some yarn, some googly eyes, and they named it Misty, M-I-S-T-Y, Rock, R-O-C-K. So I have a pet rock named Misty Rock.
Very good. Heather Espinoza.
Oh, that's great. Heather Espinoza, I teach second grade at Woodglen. No one is missing now, I believe. I have no time constraints, no issues or elephants, expectations to continue the work we are working on. I do have a pet. We have a Portuguese water dog, and his name is Hoyt.
Very good. Bo, you got here just in time. Bo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Bo Fobert, Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction. No issues, no elephants, other than being tardy, no time constraints. Happy to be here. Same expectations as always. I know we will meet them. I don't have any pets, so this was a perfect day for me to be late because I don't have anything to share. Sorry.
What would you name a pet if you had it, Bo?
I don't know, but I will tell you one of my most annoying things growing up was having literally it seemed like every person around me tell me about their pet named Bo. Literally, I felt like I heard it all the dang time, so I can guarantee you I wouldn't name it Bo.
Sounds good. Chris.
Hi, I'm Chris Gadowski. I'm the superintendent in Anchorage, Alaska, on loan to Adams 12 five-star schools. I am feeling very tired today, as I typically do on snow days, from being up since about 3 o'clock this morning. That's why I've got the glasses on early. My eyes are in that burny, tired spot. Don't think we've got anybody missing any longer. No issues or elephants or time constraints, expectations that we'll continue to do good work as we consistently do. And folks know a lot about the various pets in my home. I'll just mention Brock, our chocolate lab, who's graying more and more each day, just like me.
Very good. Heather Gracious.
Hi, Heather Gracious, Director of Elementary for Student Support Services. Thank you for all of your acknowledgement in the chat. It's very, very sweet. I'm good today. I have no issues or elephants. I have a potential time constraint. My husband just went outside and found a flat tire. And so I might have to go pick him up, just depending on whether he can get it done tonight or needs to leave it overnight. My expectations are that we continue to just do the great work that we do every time we get together. You have seen 2 of my pets. One kitty is orange and his name is Queso, as in cheese. And the other one is Cotto, who looks like an avocado. So.
Very good. Dorman.
Hello, I am Dorman Land. I am very well. I am a teacher at Century Middle School. No one is missing. I have no time constraints, no issues or elephants. I expect us to get maybe get that writing group's material all finished and put away. That would be good. I expect that. I do not have a pet, but if I did, it would be a scorpion, and I would name her Priscilla, Queen of the Desert.
Nancy.
I love the creativity of this group. I'm Nancy Leonard. I'm a retired principal. I'm feeling okay, just trying to heal, if you can see this.
Oh my gosh.
Had a little accident, helping my husband who just had hip surgery. No time constraints. Well, we know who is no longer missing. And no issues or elephants. I know we'll do good work. We always do that. So I have no pets. My husband is allergic to pretty much everything. So if I need a pet fix, I walk across the street and little Bichon Frises, Meatball and Chewy.
Very good. Laura Leppy, is she on? Yeah, there she
I'm
is.
here.
All
I'm here.
right,
Sorry.
Laura. No problem.
Your timing is perfect. I literally just pulled into my driveway. I was returning stuff to the mall. But I'm Laura Leppy and I teach middle school math at Holstrom. I'm doing superbly well because now I have accomplished things on my snow day. Thank you very much, Chris and district folks. I have no issues or elephants. Bo is back. I have all the expectations for all the awesomeness, and hopefully my internet will work tonight because it did not work yesterday. And I can't have pets because we traveled all the time as a small child, but I did have snapping turtles named Snapper. I don't know if they were like 1, 2, and 3 because I had 3 of them, but maybe I just called them all Snapper. And then I've had a plethora of foster animals. I named one Macy. She was the mom of 5 kittens off of 16 and Pregnant from MTV. Don't judge me. And then her kids were Lucy, Tarzan, and Jane, Mr. Calhoun, and Cuddles. And then I also had Athos, Porthos, and Aramis, who were kittens and siblings. But I really want a French mini bulldog as a service dog because I can't smell. And I had a gas leak once, and I don't know what I'd name them. If they came with a name, maybe I'd go with that, or maybe just like Munchkin, because they'd be so small. So small.
Very good. Jim.
I'm Jim. I'm one of your facilitators. I'm doing well, probably better than I have a right to be. I don't have any time constraints. Everyone is here tonight. No issues or elephants. Expectations, I think you have a great agenda in front of you, and hopefully we will come to check out about 8:15 and say, yeah, we did it. That's a great question today, Dave. I don't have any pets, but of my age. Now you understand that there's only a small part of the brain that's associated with memory and faces and things like that, and dogs. I'd have a dog if I did. And sure enough, I would name it Dog, so I wouldn't have trouble remembering the name.
Sounds good, Jim. Thanks. And I'm Dave. I'm your other facilitator, doing fine today. No time constraints. We know nobody's missing, I believe. No issues or elephants. My expectations are that you continue the good work that you've done in the past. I know that sounds like a broken record because I think I say it every time we come to that part. I have my wife has 5 Pomeranians. And I won't tell you all of the names, but the 2 that stick out are the 2 newest ones, Lily and Allie. Lily's a great dog. She loves the snow, loves people, all of that. I don't know what Allie is. She's just got this blank look in her eye. So I call her Gump, which makes my wife very angry, but they're great dogs, really. We love them dearly. So. All right, so what I have on the agenda is continue Article 12.2. So I think we had a small group. Is that where we're starting? Is that right, Mila?
Actually, Dave, I think you might be on the wrong agenda.
Am I on the wrong agenda?
Yeah, look for February 25. And we're going to start with Chris giving us an update about some budget and staffing timelines. So you can look for the agenda. Maybe Dave will resend, and I'll turn it over to Chris.
Thanks, Mila. So this will be an initial touch around budget. I think out of the gate, it's important to acknowledge that we have a lot less precision or ability to predict what's going to happen this legislative session than we typically do on a variety of issues, including very much school finance. So a few things to highlight. Number one, it's still not fully determined if we'll be held harmless this current year in terms of our funding, even though our enrollment and the enrollment of most districts has declined compared to what we projected and compared to what we had the year before. We've had optimistic kinds of feedback from members of our legislative delegation here in Adams County, which includes Dominic Moreno, who's a member of the Joint Budget Committee. And so we're hopeful that they will say that everyone gets to keep a greater amount of money per pupil than would otherwise apply per pupil, given the number of kids who actually showed up and enrolled this year. And that can be a huge difference maker for us. We're pretty darn optimistic that that's going to work out that way, but it's not anywhere close to a done deal. And we've heard some indication that some of the Republican members of the legislature have concerns with that approach, and that the governor may have some concerns too. So you don't want to count your money until it's officially done. So we're watching that closely. A second piece is that we're still waiting to see what might happen in terms of a new round of federal stimulus. The 1.9 trillion, if that were to go through in the way that it's been proposed by the president, calls for significant funding to go to K-12 education throughout the country. I don't believe that we have an estimate about what Colorado would receive and what Adams 12 in turn would receive, but I would think it would be a significant sum of money if it came. Like all of the stimulus money, one of the challenges is that there are lots of restrictions about how you can use it and when you have to spend it. And so we'll keep a close eye monitoring that piece. And there are parts of some federal funding that in a new round could be very helpful in terms of helping us make some decisions about staffing for next year. So we're watching that piece. The third part is to see what the legislature does in terms of 21-22, in terms of either maintaining the budget stabilization factor at the level it was prior to last year's budget in the midst of this COVID recession. The prior number was about $570 million in terms of the BS factor is my recollection. And I think there's a lot of confidence that it will be at that level or lower. But again, quite a bit of economic data that still remains to come forward. After the March 20th forecast, I think the legislature will be in a better position to make some decisions about what they do with K-12 funding and for other parts of the state budget. So we're hanging later into the February, March timeframe, waiting for a whole lot of things to be resolved and typical. We've sent the message on to principals and others that budgeting will be much later in its commencement this year at the school level than what We typically do. I think there's some interest in giving people our best guess SBB, student-based budgeting allocations to principals as we head into spring break, with a big asterisk next to them that there's a lot of things that could change dramatically after the break and as we get into April and hit the end of the session. But people are going to want to start to figure out in a more concrete way what their staffing and budget looks like for next year. The most significant issue in front of us now, as we look at SBBs and future budgeting at the school and system level, is what to do with the significant enrollment decline that we had this year and some anticipated further declines for next year. What to do around staffing an online school for students who continue to have interest in remote learning next year. How do we develop that model? Because there are more and less costly ways to provide remote education to students, and we are in an information gathering process that I think commenced today. We'll go through next week, asking parents for more feedback about the remote learning experience, as well as trying to get a sense about what kinds of options in remote learning for next year would be most attractive. The two primary models I think we're evaluating include one, largely the status quo approach that we've used this year, which is providing remote instruction through educators that are tethered to a school or sometimes a couple of schools, so that students who engage in that experience can also have the benefit of their teacher interacting with other educators at their neighborhood or school of choice in grade level meetings and planning and other things of that sort, and that there might be occasions for students in the remote context to have some greater interactions with peers who've elected in-person learning, both online and perhaps on some occasional in-person experiences or clubs or activities. That is the more costly model. That's what we've done this year. And it's more costly just because you typically don't have students packaged in the right quantities and numbers school by school, or sometimes even in groups of 2 or 3 schools, to get your class size caseloads in the just right place. So it's much easier to say, for example, if you want to have 25 kids per section in a 3rd grade online format, to do that in a district-wide model than one where you're trying to connect kids from Skyview and Cherry Drive, or just doing it Meridian alone and trying to get to just 25, because there's times that you get a bust and you have 28 3rd graders who want online, and if you've had some fairly firm commitments to not exceeding 25 in terms of consistency and equity in the system, then you more often have to say, okay, we got to hire another teacher and split that group of 28 into 2 sections of 14. You can manage that more efficiently at the district level. We need to see what our parents tell us in that space. We also need to look at and analyze the financial implications of that a lot more thoroughly than we've been able to thus far, and evaluate the pros and cons of one approach versus the other. So that's one of the big implications around budget for next year. The other one is, given the significant enrollment reduction that we had this year, which I'll remind you all is about 2,000 students, and we anticipate some further reductions in students for next year. And it's tough to know how conservative or how optimistic to be in terms of enrollment projections for next year. Quite a bit of uncertainty about how many kids who may have homeschooled this year, attended a private school, basically redshirted in terms of their preschool or kindergarten experience, how many of them might be back next year, and how many of them may have made other choices in terms of a different schooling option that will be longstanding and permanent. So there's quite a bit of uncertainty there. We like to be in a more optimistic space and believe that a lot of the students who didn't engage in in-person learning or otherwise work with us this year may come back next year, will come back. And to best do that in ways that we don't have class sizes that are really ginormous and create challenges in terms of physical distancing, which we expect will be a pretty, it's a pretty good prediction that we'll still have some physical distancing expectations or recommendations for next fall. You don't want to complicate that further by reducing staff and being in a spot where then you have many more kids come than you predicted. It's tough to hire as you get into August and September to provide class size relief. So we're trying to predict the future as best we can and also analyze the financial implications. What our typical models would tell us is that if we staffed our schools preschool through 12th grade according to our typical ratios, we could have a lot fewer staff by the tune of more than 150 fewer educators in our system for next year. And we'd also be able to make some significant reductions in operating budgets at all levels, which are often roughly calculated on a per pupil basis. So the fewer students you have, the fewer, smaller the sum of money you might need for operations for things like copies and materials and other supplies. If we right-size thing, if you want to use that term, to align the reduced enrollment with those historical formulas and ratios, we would, in the end, reduce about $14 million plus worth of expenses is the revised number I got from Susie right before this meeting. Heretofore, and I'm just sharing this with Kathy and Laura, with whom I think I've given different and lower numbers before. The number that Susie had identified previously as the cost of status quo staffing was about $9.5 million. So jumping up to 14 million is a significant increase from what she was estimating before. I don't have the detailed why behind the new calculation. I've been in meetings pretty much the entire day and haven't had a chance to visit with her. Against that 14 million, we might be able to save some money and reduce that price tag down to some degree if we choose not to hold a number of FTE in reserve through our enrollment reserve class size relief account. And that's a resource that we typically have 30 or more FTE reserves. Sometimes we allocate from that in the spring when we see class size commitments for the following spring that seem reliable and indicate that we're going to have class sizes beyond our grade level thresholds, especially at elementary. And we have a committee that consists of executive directors and Dave and Mila, Tracy, Priscilla, Susie, that make decisions. Sometimes I get invited and play referee or final decision maker, but we typically do that. And in recent years, more significantly in the spring, because we think that's the best way to recruit and hire people up and make sure that we're ready to go. It also helps reassure parents who otherwise may have angst about really significant class sizes as they head into summer or start back in August. We could choose not to do much of any of that sort of allocation. And, you know, for every teacher that you don't hire out of that pool, that's an $85,000 sum that typically you can allocate elsewhere. And so if we backed out 30 FTE, for example, out of that pot, it might take us to the point of having, trying to do some quick math in my head, 2.7 million or so dollars that we would have to offset part of that 14 million. I also believe the stimulus money that we have received currently and stimulus that we'd receive in the future, using those funds on a one-time basis to manage class size and keep it lower, which would be part of what we would be achieving if we keep status quo staffing. I expect that's going to be a legitimate and appropriate expense of stimulus funds from the federal level. Oh, what else to share? I guess one of the other things that has contributed that I did see noted in what Susie shared to the change from 9.5 million to $14 million plus in terms of that price tag. It looks like our personnel expense this year, our average teacher cost has gone up about $2,000 per educator, which is a fairly significant jump compared to our historical increases that we see. I think what we're inferring from that, Amila might have better insights, is that the rate of retirement and displacement and people moving away from our district amongst veteran educators is lower, smaller for the current year than it may have been in some past years. Initially, I wondered if it might also have some connection to the salary schedule rework that we did a couple years ago, but I don't think we saw a significant increase last year. So I think this is more about retention and just having a more veteran staff year over year at an additional cost that comes with that. And as you start to multiply 2,000 by 2,500 educators, I'm just guesstimating, someone ought to get out a calculator. That could be in the ballpark of $5 million right there. Maybe that is the explanation from $9.5 million to $14 million plus. So those are some of the variables that I know now. I'm also in a spot that I think is, one of the benefits of being the superintendent from Anchorage, Alaska on loan to Adams 12 5-star schools and having been on loan for the last 11 to 12 years is that you see some of the parade of horribles emerge each year as you start budget season. And in many cases, things end up in a much better place than people are first predicting or anticipating. I have some fairly strong hope that as the legislative process goes forward, both at the state and federal level, that we'll get some resources that help us manage our budget in a way that doesn't have a lot of displacement of staff, displacing staff who are efficient, effective, have been engaged in our professional development is something that I think on the staff side, we have reluctance to make happen. That training and being part of the team and the philosophy and the approach has tremendous value, and offloading 150 plus people would be counterproductive to those kinds of interests. So I'm hopeful that in the end, this is going to work out. There's some other districts that I've heard that are talking about significant budget cuts in some other communities, and one large metro district I think is predicting and starting to analyze ways to solve for a $50 million plus deficit for next year. I just think that's premature. It doesn't mean that we can't and won't have discussions of that sort down the road if my optimism proves not to be accurate. But I just feel like it's premature to have our hair on fire, sky is falling at this point. One piece that we're likely to do to try to get a better handle on our enrollment, because that really is one of the most significant unknowns in this budget season for next year, is to have all of our students tell us what their plans are for next year. Are you staying put at your current school? Are you transitioning to a different school in our district? Do you plan to homeschool, online school, go to a neighboring district? So we'd like to find that out, as well as the students who say, I'd like to do the remote online option instead. And there's imprecision that comes with that. There's a lot that can change in a family's life between a March survey and August in terms of where you're living, what your resources are, what your needs are. But I think it will give us a more reliable insight about our kids and our numbers of kids by school and grade level than what we usually have. And so I would expect us to see something like that go out probably the week of March 8th or 9th. In the end, I think this big honking issue about what do we do in terms of making some, I think, reasonably optimistic investments in our staff and in terms of keeping our class sizes in manageable places. I think it's not only something that's going to be something that this group should weigh in on and give perspective about as we get further down the road. The Board of Education is going to need to wrestle with this too and give perspective and input to me as the ultimate approvers and decision makers around our budget. Will likely reach out to other employee groups like our administrative team and our classified staff to see what thoughts they have here. Because certainly what you do with staffing has implications for what you can do for other things like compensation. At the same time that I say that, I'm just also mindful that a whole lot of what we're talking about when it comes to staffing even if we chose to reduce some staff and to be less optimistic than a status quo model might show, I'll just speak for myself that I would have some reluctance about saying we're going to cut X numbers of staff and put that into some ongoing compensation increases instead. Because if those kids do not show up next year and the year after, then we start to have a big structural deficit that we're having to manage. So that's the best I know about budget right now. I'm happy to answer questions that you all may have.
All right, questions for Chris.
And Dorman, you're making me laugh with your chat comment. Thanks for keeping me straight, and I'll get back on track and start being legit.
Any questions for Chris around the updates on the budget? Dave?
Dave.
Just a quick question. Are we still planning on doing the joint presentation with Susie and CSEA once we have a better handle from the legislator, maybe when the School Finance Act is introduced or at some point here soon? I know we're normally would have done it by now, but I know that the budgeting has been delayed due to the long break of the legislator.
Yeah, Dave, there's 100% commitment and interest in doing that sort of joint presentation that I would expect to include this team, other members of the DTA exec team, the CSEA exec team. Right now, Susie's set to give the Board of Education some budget update on the March 17th meeting. So it may be, depending on what we know then, Dave, that we could try to set something for this group and colleagues around that time frame. So certainly the week before spring break, or ideally not later than the week, maybe 2 weeks max after spring break, I think we need to have a deep dive into legislative school finance proposals and do question and answer and make sure everyone's on the same page.
Other questions?
I just would like to reach out to Mila. I think some of the numbers I cited, you may have been a party to a conversation with Susie and Tracy today that I just got some excerpts. Oh, you're shaking your head no.
I wasn't, no.
Okay. If there's anything that I said that doesn't sound accurate from your perspective, Mila, please jump in.
All sounds good to me because I'm sort of in the dark a little bit too, so.
Thanks.
All right, any other questions for Chris? And Mila, I do have the right agenda now, so thank you, Dave. Dave, question.
Sorry. Do we have a timeline for that when the learning, sorry, my brain just skipped. When the learning model surveys and decision-making around learning models might happen?
So there's 2 surveys that are anticipated. The one is give us feedback about your remote learning experience and tell us what kinds of models you have more or less interest in as a parent. And that would go out, I think it was set to go out today. It may have been delayed a little bit because of snow day. And the plan for that was to stay open until next Wednesday. And then to huddle and look at that feedback and then plug in on the remote option a survey that would ask people to make preliminary commitments to next year to include in-person learning, whatever remote approach we feel like is going to be most feasible. It's possible that if we're still in a place of deep uncertainty about which of the 2 things we would do and what the costs are, that we might still continue to have more than one option that could be chosen around remote with clear communication to parents that we may just be able to do one, and if we don't pick what they want, we'll have to reassess how to serve them next year. And I think that's set to go out on or around March 8th, and we've thought about leaving that open for about a week's time to the 15th, and we'd have some data to take into the March 17th board meeting on that piece.
Other questions for Chris?
And then I would add that then there's a staff survey, sort of an intent survey that once we have more sense of where kids are landing, we need to find out what our staff is thinking too.
All right, anything else for Chris? Sandy and then Marty.
I'm just wondering if, and maybe this is getting ahead a little bit, but if some sort of advance comes in the form of a vaccine for the students as well, would that be accounted for? And, you know, if families are filling out this survey now, and then, you know, sometime later in the summer, the students can get a vaccine and they change their mind, would that be accounted for in this plan?
So we'd certainly not hold anyone bound to what they say in a notice of intent, and especially if you have a district-wide online model. One of the other benefits with that approach is if someone says, yep, I'm in for online, no, I changed my mind, I want in person, or someone makes a change the other direction, in terms of managing the staffing planning, there's still implications. If you shrink down by 50 third graders between March and August, and we've got to either adjust who's assigned to which class, or we need to put some people back in brick and mortar environments. But I think that the magnitude of change is going to be a lot less with that approach than if it's the school-based tethered to your school approach, that if 5 kids move from online to remote over at Glacier Peak, you could start to have a bunch of busts in terms of class size, either small or big, that you're trying to then manage throughout the system. So number one, we won't bind anyone. I think that's just one of the interests that I think we've got to be real about, even though it's a tremendous amount of stress and brain damage for everyone, principals, educators, and others who support that process. Is I worry if we're too rigid and inflexible that we'll lose families who seek out options that respond to whatever their current interests are in August. And we're here to serve as many kids as we can. And there's, I just worry about some of the financial implications and some of the educational outcomes for kids if they leave us, because I believe we do a heck of a lot better job in terms of growing kids and moving kids, not just academically, but in their whole child development than lots of other systems do. So I would envision, long-winded way to say, Sandy, I would see some flexibility. And I do think vaccination for adolescents and teenagers is something that could make a fairly dramatic change in terms of what families want for next fall.
Marty.
I was just wondering if I mean, this is probably too early, so, but I think fast, but not always good. Have we done modeling around the cost differences between the two online models, whether it's a site-based or whether it's a district-wide?
So I'm not aware of any in-depth modeling. I'll look to Bo, who's had, been involved in some of those discussions and just thinking about pros and cons and implications of one approach or the other. I'm not aware myself, Marty, of any financial modeling. I think the other thing that's really challenging and candidly frustrating is that we still are waiting for CDE to tell us what kinds of options we have and what are the regulatory steps we have to take or don't take with remote learning for next year. I reached out to the commissioner probably 4 or 5 weeks ago and said, we just need to know if we have to jump through the traditional approval hoops to do an online program, or if we're going to have the same grace and permission in Adams 12 and throughout the state to do remote learning without all of that approval and documentation, which is the way things worked last spring and this entire school year. Because it has, just given how late we are now, if they come here belatedly and say, the only way you can do remote next year is if you go through a single district online approval process, we're going to be right up against it. A lot of other people are going to be up against that same wall. But that's one of the other things beyond student and family interests that we're waiting for. That's going to be important. Beyond that, Bo, I'll let you jump in with any information you may have.
Sure. A bit of good news on that front. I expect CDE to issue any day now their guidance for next year. And based on drafts that I've seen, they are going to allow similar flexibility to that what was afforded this year, with some increased expectations and definitions around assurances around instructional time, what's defined as synchronous versus asynchronous, and expectations in those lanes. So hopefully that gets officially issued soon, because as you say, Chris, the timing to go to a full-blown district-wide is quite tight at this point. And also given the uncertainty around parental and student interest, it's difficult to contemplate your first foray into a fully online school under conditions that might be different or artificial than a typical time when you consider interest in online learning.
Bo, is there anything else I said that you want to correct, amend, add to?
No, other than I feel like in any day we will get the golden decree from CDE that we'll be able to proceed with some flexibility again, and then we can start actually doing some of the modeling and the work for that as we get some of these initial intent indications from our community.
All right, other questions for Chris, other comments? All right, I don't see any. Chris, anything else you need to add, or are you ready to move on? All right, so we are at the report from writing groups on late transfers and temporary letters of agreement. See, I am on the right one this time, Mila.
You're rocking it, Dave. I see that some of you are in the documents, and I would point you to two different documents. They both begin with the word chart in caps. And one is in the Article 12 folder because it's the Article 12.2 voluntary transfers. You know, that was the section that we were working in. And then the second writing group, the second thing that the writing group tackled was called chart temporary letters of agreement. So if you're visual and you like to read along and see things in writing, I would ask you to open both of those up. And let's just start on 12.2, shall we, Dave? Pick one. Yeah, so recall that our writing group consisted of the Heathers. Thank you both, Heather Espinosa and Heather Gracious, and Dave and Matt and Dorman. And Kristen was unable to make it at the time we scheduled it. So thanks for being willing. I was part of that group too. So I guess I should probably add my name to that list. But and we met and we kind of powered through a couple of these. So the we just say that what we suggest to you, what we recommend to you is right there at the very bottom of that document. We would suggest that we number this 12.2.5 to come immediately after the last existing article in that section. So at the very top, you have the current contract language, and recall that we had some conversations about reassignments, and that's in 12.2.3. We would leave that alone as is. And then we would add this article number 5 at the end of those, and it would allow that voluntary transfers that occur, and we talked around this issue of when is late, and we landed at 15 working days before the start of the school year. And we purposely didn't pick a date like August 1st or something because those are prone to change. But we do have this notion of school year, and it's a firm, date. And so 15 working days, so 3 weeks before the start of the school year, and until the end of the school year. So we needed to define sort of the range of when this would happen. So voluntary transfers that are sought during that window of time shall happen once the position being vacated has been filled for a duration of no more than 4 weeks. And this 4-week time period could be adjusted to be either shorter or longer, so we don't say which way, in consultation with the educator, the current and the receiving supervisor, and with approval from the Chief of Human Resources and the President of the association. And the thinking there is, there was some language that called for the word approved, not in consultation with, but could be adjusted with the approval of the educator, you know, and the two supervisors. And we didn't want to get into a position where any one of the three could veto it. If there's really a significant disagreement going on, Dave and I, in this case, or our successors, could weigh in and help maintain, you know, sort of equitable treatment across the system and assess the issues that are at play. But that this would be a consultation. Some of our groups had talked about involving the educator who's eager to get going and make this transfer. And so, you know, sometimes they're willing to wait and it's not a problem, or they're willing to go earlier and it's not a problem. But if there was a situation that just couldn't get resolved with mutual agreement among the three, you know, certainly president and chief can be involved. I can't remember. I know there's some significance to the 15-day number.
Yep.
Dave, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah. So we picked the 15-day number to be consistent with the other Article 12 timeline we set. We didn't want two different windows created since we were talking about, people had thrown out August 1st and 10 days and all these, you know, contract language, and it all ended up being, you know, within about 5 days of the same window. And so part of our discussion was it just makes sense to have the one window of time created in the contract, not having multiple places. And then the consultation language that we have there at the bottom is consistent with a lot of what's already in Article 12 and other places that just kind of puts Mila and I in the place of referee when there's a disagreement. When there's agreement, and it's the best interest of students and educators in the system, then, you know, Mila and I don't get in the way. If everyone says, yep, rainbows and sunshines, we're going to say, yep, rainbows and sunshines, let's keep moving forward. So we wanted to keep that language consistent without creating a situation, as Mila mentioned, where someone, we just, on any side, we create a conflict in that space. So if there's not agreement, then Mila and I can make the final ruling on the timeline.
So I assume you'd like questions if they have some questions for the writing group on 12.
Before I do that,
go ahead,
anyone
Dave.
else want to weigh in on anything Mila and I missed, or anything else you'd like to point out that's significant? Seeing them now, questions.
All right, questions for the group. All right, I'm not seeing any. So are we ready for consensus vote then? Is that correct? All right, let me see your thumbs, folks. You have consensus. Good work.
It's always good to start off a new day with something in the checked off for those list makers. We just checked something off.
There you go.
I'm gonna move us over then, if that's all right, Dave, to the
go ahead.
temporary agreement. So so I will say to start off with, you know, part of our process for these writing groups oftentimes is to create a starting place that half the time gets ripped up all apart, and they look at David, Mila, and say, you guys are crazy. Other times it's just a good starting place to start the conversation. So as I was helping to draft the starting place for the conversation, we had spent a lot of time talking about like the language and where would it land and where would it be. And I proposed to the group the idea of, instead of adding it to one of the other articles and whatnot, but just really place it in the definition space, because all of them talked about putting it a definition. And I thought, well, why don't we just put it in the definition and define what it is? And then since all of it has the same, authority in there, just sticking it in there makes sense. So they're both kind of long. So I'm not a fan of reading out long pieces. So I do want to give everyone a second to read through the two items that would be adding. We'd just be adding it to the bottom of the definitions list in Article 1. And then I'll add a little bit more context and then take question or ask if there's anyone from the writing group that wants to point anything out, and then take questions.
I'll just say it already for Linda. The will at the beginning of each of those should be changed to shall.
This article, this document is in just the team drive under the 2021 school year, and it's called Chart-Temporary Letters of Agreement. And I think, yeah, it's just in the 2021 bucket. Everybody finding it? Okay.
When you're done looking it over, just give me a nod or look at me or whatever, and then we'll ask for questions. So Dave, I assume you're wanting questions if they have them, yes?
Yeah, I mean, I can highlight a couple of things that came up from the writing group that may answer some questions or provide some clarity. First, so the first one, 1.12, kind of reflects this, we've talked about when we talked about the buckets, kind of a change in, not really a change, but just a recommitment that MOAs are things that land outside the contract at the end of it and are really temporary in nature, or something that changes on a regular basis. And so just kind of solidifying that, not necessarily, we can always negotiate things in or out of the contract. That's not the intent of this, but just really to kind of clarify the difference between that and other documents that might be created. And so we try to capture that there. And then the temporary letters of agreement, we put in the process that was essentially the process for which we used to do the one that we did over evaluations last year. And we didn't limit it to things of declared national states of emergency, but the group did feel like having that kind of example in there kind of gives the context of that these are big deal things, not just inconveniences. Once in a career, once in a generation kind of things, not necessarily just things that came up. So although it wouldn't necessarily through the language prevent that from happening, but it just tried to give some of that context of our current examples. And just gave a little bit of context, tried to address as many of the needs or options that people had as we were drafting it up. So most of the options and interests kind of got weaved in there somewhere in the document. The writing group, anyone else want to add any other context? My last piece before taking questions then was I would point out that Milo was there for the first one, but not there for the second one. And the second one only took about 15 minutes. Just this one only here took 15 minutes, just saying.
Hey.
All right, look it over and then we'll ask for questions.
I see how it's going to be tonight. All right.
I just have a grammatical suggestion. Correct, English teachers, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the sentence responding, sorry, I'm trying to move my screen to get to the whole thing, such as responding to a declared emergency or declared emergencies. I think we need an article or a change in there.
Okay. Other things. Chris.
So a couple of questions. One is substantively, the last sentence, would we only anticipate the temporary agreement being published once in the next year's agreement? And then otherwise people could kind of search through various printed published agreements. It seems like that's the intent. And people feel like that's something that would work okay.
Yeah, that's definitely the intent. Just publish the one time, not as, just for archival purposes. Mostly, we had this discussion around in our last session around should we put it in board docs? Should we put it on the district website? Should we reprint the master agreement? And my thinking in this is since we're legally required to keep those each year's master agreement archived for posterity's sake per federal law. And if by this definition, if you wanted to find that temporary agreement, you would just be able to look at the preceding years to see if it existed. And since we had no other place that we could think of as a place to store it, but we did want a place that someone would know to look for it in the future.
Sounds good. And then the other question I had.
We joked about putting in language that the superintendent shall keep a chartreuse folder in his desk. And it's like, when a new one comes along, you bestow it upon them like the president's book of secrets from National Treasure.
Yeah, it sounds like a good discussion and a wise decision not to take that approach. So the other thing I was going to suggest is in 1.12, we introduced memorandum of agreement, and then you have MOA, and we referred to it as MOA thereafter. In 1.13, we talk about temporary letter of agreement. I think there could be benefits in having a parenthetical about TLA and then referring to it as a TLA throughout, because right now there's one place where we talk about temporary letters of agreement, and then there's something below that says temporary agreements. And I just think that kind of precision here and elsewhere as we execute TLAs could be helpful.
Yep, I think that's a great suggestion. We can make that happen.
Okay. Anything else?
I think Kathy's hands up.
Oh, Kathy, sorry. Go ahead.
That's right. And then I saw Sandy. So I remember one of the interests being the transparency of being able to find them right away. So if it's just posted once after, what do you do during the year? Does it need to be for that year posted on the district's website or posted somewhere just so that people can find it and understand the terms that you're operating under for that year?
Yep, good point. We did have some discussion about that. One of the struggles we had was trying to write language that was consistent for all times in this space, not wanting to revisit district or the calendar. We could say we're going to publish in the Learning Services Update. Well, is the Learning Services Update going to exist five years from now? I think we could put in, if this makes sense to you or to others, let's see here. In the sentence right after it talks about the process, where it says executive board of DTA, we can write in that TLAs shall be distributed to the impacted employees once approved, something like that. And then it could be through the website or email or whatnot. There's a potential that these TLAs, as we talked about, if it's a fire that happens at a building and we need to change the reassignment language to address that need, we don't necessarily need to distribute it to the entire district or put it up on the district webpage, because it doesn't apply to all of the impacted, or the impacted employee group could be smaller than just the whole district. And so I think, now that I'm thinking out loud, talking out loud, I think the idea of distributed to the impacted employees would address that issue that we were wrestling with of, do you want to give it to people who it doesn't apply to and create confusion in your effort to create clarity?
Okay, Sandy?
I just found another will that needs to be changed to shall. In 1.13, toward the bottom, it says the TLA will only be in effect. And that should be shall only be in effect. Yep. Thank you.
Other questions, comments? Kathy, you have more, your hand's still up. Go ahead.
I'm just wondering if there's any other interested parties who need to be able to understand any change in practice, whether that's on the admin side or the board, to say, normally we do this, we're getting complaints about how things are going, and then the board needs to say, well, there's a temporary letter of agreement. You know what I'm saying? Like, who else might need to understand for that year what's the kind of the law of the land. So I'm just trying to figure out where else it could be distributed.
I wonder if we replace the word employees with stakeholders, impacted stakeholders, and then the team writing it can figure out who the impacted stakeholders are as charged by the language.
And if we had that shall be distributed to impacted stakeholders, I guess one of the means that would be permissible under that language would be posting on the website, for example. I'm just wondering if we would see it that way, and if that would be responsive to the interests that Kathy just shared.
Laura Mitchell. Oh, sorry, Dave, go ahead.
Yeah, no, from my lens, yes. I think there's different levels, like, it depends on what it is, right? Like, that's the hard part of this particular situation is if the world thought of this in advance, we wouldn't be tackling this right now. But yes, I would say that putting it on the website for most stakeholders, like outside of, if we were notifying parents or other community groups, that would be an appropriate place. I would have an interest of making sure that this was emailed out to, employees, but that's, like I said, I think that's part of what could be figured out at that time. But yes, I think posting it on the website, similar to what we did this year, would be the appropriate, or I guess last year, would be the inappropriate use of that language.
Sorry, Dave, Chris asked a question and I didn't give you time to answer it. Apologize. Laura Mitchell.
I sort of think it's important that it be documented in the board room somehow, because then everybody knows that when that happens, that it did, not that we would vote on it or approve it, but that it would be brought to the next board meeting or a board meeting and read publicly, so that it was publicly out there, and we could create our place under the board docs where all TLAs would be held until, or something along, just something that's a little more so that anybody could go and look for it and find it, not that it's in somebody's email or we don't know where on a website, just, and that way everybody knows that the board saw it. And
I think that's a great idea. I try not to have the contract tell other people what to do whenever possible. So, you know, I think that's personally, I think that's a great idea, and maybe something that if this becomes ratified agreement language, that maybe, you know, Mila and I have to, every time we ratify, go through, all right, here's the list of things that we've got to change and put into practice. That sounds like a really great thing to process to review. Mila?
Mila.
I agree. I think we could make that a practice. We don't have to speak to it necessarily here. To your point, Dave, I'm struggling with the verb here, and you've seen me put in a couple of possible suggestions. Distributed feels to me old school. I'm going to hand something out. I'm going to send something out, and if it's just a posting on a website, I don't know if that may, and I may just be wordsmithing to too great a level here, but I don't know if distributed was rubbing anybody else wrong, whether maybe more accurately might be like shared or published. Any wordsmithing thoughts? I'm a math major, so.
I think like shared. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Marty.
Marty?
I was just going to say I like published, but if you like shared better, Dave, then by all means.
Yeah, I mean, usually when we say publish, then it's like implied posting or paper copies and that kind of stuff when we use it other places in the agreement, but shared can be in multiple different formats.
2021, 22, everybody. I mean.
Other comments, questions? Anything else? So go ahead and look over what Mila has been changing as you're going along on 113. And Dave, I'll ask you the question, do you want to vote on these separately? Do you want consensus separately, or do you want them together?
I mean, I would say together, because it was one thing. If someone's sideways or down and wants to address one and then the other, or has heartburn over one versus the other, then obviously let's address that. But otherwise, I would imagine we could do it as a package.
Okay, thanks, Dave. Chris.
So picking at a few more language things, it just feels like, where was I at? So on 1.12, in the last line, I would capitalize master agreement there. And then in the bottom of 1.13, where we talk about shall be published in the following years, I'd change that to master agreement with caps.
Okay.
To be fair, Cindy Duma usually catches all those when we go from these versions to published versions. Without her, there'd be a lot more mistakes. I'm most definitely certain.
All right, other things.
Should it be archival instead of archive?
Probably.
Okay. Anything else? All right, so I'm not seeing any hands up right now. That doesn't mean they aren't up, but I'm not seeing them. So we are voting on these two together unless somebody has an objection, and then we can do them separately. So everybody got it looked over? All right, let me see your thumbs on both. All right, you have consensus. Good work.
Two in a row.
Two checks, yeah. All right. So I assume we are now moving on to Article 27.8, class coverage for non-classroom based teachers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
I wonder if now's a good time to take a little break.
I was just going to ask that same thing before we start. Linda has her hand up too. Linda? Maybe. There you go.
Go ahead, talk, Mom. No, I just need to put it down. I'm in the car and I'm trying to figure out what to do, and Lauren's trying to help me drive. So,
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Linda. All right, how long a break do you want, Mila?
I bet people are grabbing a little dinner. Maybe 10 minutes,
10 minutes?
15. Is that? I don't want to prolong things.
What do you think? We are a little ahead of time, which is a good thing. So 15 minutes work for people?
Sure. Come back at 5:55.
Sounds good. Roddy, can you put us on break? So Jim, I wanted you to know that on March 10th, I will not be in Fort Lupton. I have the president and vice president of the CEA has set up a joint council meeting with my Eastern Colorado folks, and I have to be on that. So Greg Grody is going to join you that evening. They're just exchanging articles exchanging stuff that they're doing, and then they'll move forward from there. So, and I did let Zach know that. So.
All right. And that's the 10th?
Yeah, that's the 10th. Yeah, I'll be there on the 4th, but I won't be there on the 10th. Greg Brody has agreed to do it. So.
Hey guys, I created a chart for 27.8, which you may see in the bucket, the 2021 bucket. It's called 27.8 class coverage. So there you go. I'm going to go grab some dinner.
Thank you. And I'm going to take a break too, Jim.
All right.
Jim, I see you have your typing fingers on. Are you ready to type, or do you want me to do it?
That's up to you. Arthritis isn't too bad today, David. I've taken lots of meds, and I think I'll try and struggle through it if you'd like, but no, I'm.
All right. I have arthritis of the brain. That's my problem.
Well, I'd probably have it there too, but they say it's associated with movement, and they said that this here day they're telling me damn brain hasn't moved for years.
I have
It was a pretty good question tonight, David.
Oh, thank you. I've done that one in a couple of places, so it was fun. Dorman, you started to say something. Sorry.
I was just saying, I have the illusion that my house is important tonight. There's a city council meeting going on in my living room. There's an IBS meeting going on in my bedroom, and there's a Fortnite tournament going on in the den.
Holy cow.
The family seems to think the Fortnite tournament is the most important thing.
There you go. All right, so we are, Mila, before we start, is there anything you need to preface on this one, or are we just ready to kick it off and go?
Dave, I don't know, maybe we want to, maybe you want to start story with a paragraph of story, you know, a little context for why this is with us tonight. And it's all part of story, I think, but.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that there's a chunk of story for context that would be helpful for everyone, and then getting into specific stories. So I don't know about prefacing is, I don't know.
Dave, yeah, you're good. Dave, do you want the Jim to capture your paragraph of preface story, whatever you want to call it? Or do you want to give it first and then go story?
Yeah, I think to do, I don't know. To be honest with you, I think I'm talking, and whatever we write down, and you guys are always really good at figuring out what was the long-winded thing that I say. What was the part that we probably should write down for posterity's sake?
Yeah, that's what I'd suggest. Is you tell the story, and then we'll talk about 4 or 5 key points out of that.
That sounds great. So in the document, it looks like almost everybody is either in it or getting into the document. There should be in the folder document called Charts, Article 27.8, Class Coverage for Non-Classroom Based Educators. So as you can read the language here, there is one of those places that we use the word teacher and classroom in a pretty heavily in this space. It has not been modified to any great degree outside of a couple of changes to the dollars in a long time. And kind of 2 areas of issue have come up. So I'm going to describe the first one, and then I'll describe the second one. So the first one comes up when a non-classroom based educator, so one of our coaches, interventionists, pick your poison, someone, a certified staff member, covers the classroom of a teacher for an amount of time, an hour, half an hour, 40 a day, whatever the amount of time is. There is inconsistent practice across the system, and Mylan and I have done a really good job of helping to address that inconsistent practice over the last couple of years. But that inconsistent practice comes from the fact that the wording in the language says teacher, when a teacher covers another teacher's classroom. That's where the inconsistent practice comes from. And so the practice that we have used, and really what we believe the intent of that language is when a certified educator covers another certified educator's classroom. That's the intent of that, and really the practice that we have been using. So that's issue 1. That there's just been confusion created, and maybe I just come up with my own chart language. There has been confusion created by the use of the term teacher covering in the article about who gets the class coverage. Okay.
Okay.
The second area of conflict, and it fits into this space, is what happens when a educator has to cover, a non-classroom based educator has to cover the job, job duties, there we go, of another educator who is out. So I'll give it an example, and then I'll leave most of the exampling to story or as we go through. But the basic example is I use this one for a lot just because it's the one we came up most recently. But I'm a nurse, one of our district nurses, and my colleague goes out on maternity leave. And I now have to be responsible for her, supervisory capacities while she's out, and my own. And there are certain parts of my job that become more difficult because I have to now go to these other schools and supervise the clinics, or fill out the paperwork, participate in IEP meetings in these other spaces. So I'm clearly covering another person's job. And they have, over time, in these different non-classroom based educators, asked for some sort of compensation. And we have come up with agreements from time to time on how to do that, because the language doesn't apply super well in their space. We're not going to pay them $34 an hour every single day for that maternity leave, because they're not covering that nurse's job all day long. And so there's been confusion created of how to adequately, equitably, and consistently deal with coverage for non-classroom based educators in these other spaces. Milo, is that a fair summation of kind of what we talked about? Anything you would add before going into story?
Yeah, I think that summarizes. There's a lot of story here about how this started and all of that, but I think we can launch into that.
Okay. I saw, Milo, you changed courage to coverage. I kind of like courage better.
Thank you.
All right, so let's go down the list. Dave, you were first, but I just gave it to you, so we'll move on down the list from there. So part of story, Marty.
This affects different non-classroom roles in different ways. Coaches and other TOSAs like deans have less definite job descriptions, and so the argument becomes more cloudy.
Okay. Laura Mitchell.
I'm going to pass on story.
All righty. Kathy.
Same here, pass.
All right. Kristen. Kristen is frozen. Kristen, are you having problems with your internet? Is that it? Okay. I'll move on, come back to you, Kristen, okay? Ian.
Pass.
Matt.
See if I can chart language this here. When a classroom teacher is out, there is an immediate need to have coverage in order to work with students. This creates additional challenges when we have shortages of substitute teachers or a last-minute absence.
Okay,
So
Mila.
Matt,
No,
can I
sorry.
ask a question to Matt?
Yeah, go ahead.
So Matt, do you feel like this issue is becoming more significant, more pervasive? I see Marty nodding. It just feels like given the sub issue, which is becoming more pronounced, it seems like we're having to flex people into other coverage roles more often the
Yeah.
last couple of years.
I would say, honestly, Chris, it's been even more than a couple. I mean, we've just seen profession-wise, not just Adams 12, everywhere. There's fewer substitute teachers, and so the need has been more challenging to fill those spots in at least probably the last 5 years.
And Chris, every one of your principals were shaking their heads. So,
And your HR chief was shaking her head.
yes, she
nodding
was.
her head as well.
All right. When Jim's ready, hang on just a second, Mila. I'll come back to you. Okay, Mila.
I am told by the historians in my department that this originally this language applied in time, and Jim, just hold on the charting for a second, because in times of more plentiful subs, elementary classrooms always got subs, and this really was language that targeted secondary. Much easier to just pop in and cover a a 6th period lab class, for your colleague who needs to step out or go to an IEP or something. So I think the chart language would be that the original application of this language really primarily serves secondary classrooms.
I'm pretty sure you're the only district that's having trouble finding subs. Isn't that? All right, Sandy.
First, I guess I need some clarification. Like Dave, your example was about a nurse covering another nurse, but the article is about classroom coverage. So I guess I'm confused what problem we need to solve here. Can you clarify that for me, please?
There were 2 issues. First is, the work that Mila and I have done to change the confusion in the system about since they use the term teacher covering another teacher's classroom, when a non-teacher covers another teacher. So a coach goes in to cover 4th grade for an IEP meeting or for the day or for whatever. So that's issue 1. And we've done good work of trying to educate the system, but there's still just is persistent confusion and renewed confusion with folks because the term teacher is used in this particular section of the article. And then the second part of it is related. There's no other place to talk about it in this section, is when it is oftentimes come up that when folks have to cover non-classroom based job duties for others, that we oftentimes come up with arrangements to help compensate, to make it equitable, that kind of thing, but it is inconsistent and it is not written down anywhere. The nurses, we had to come up with a very formal agreement because their job is very complex, and we had a maternity leave that was long standing because it was, it was 6 weeks long. And so it was very complex to get the entire coverage of those schools taken care of. But it's, when we get back to, I don't want to add stories on my turn, but, there are more everyday examples of the same thing at different scales and different lengths of time. But our non-classroom based educators have brought this up for multiple years, that they believe that they should get some sort of compensation when they have to cover for each other's job duties when they do it on top of their own.
So like at my school, for example, because when you're saying coach, are you talking about a sports coach?
I was specifically referring to an instructional coach in that example.
Okay. That's different at elementary than it is in, okay. I'm getting the language. So like if we had a campus supervisor covering a class or something.
That's different. Campus supervisors are under the classified contract, and that would be Mila's actual thing that she came up with this year on pod coverage or whatever we're calling it these days. Another high school example would be if you're, one of the SEM coordinator or one of your interventionists or a counselor or the school psych had to cover the classroom, your classroom second hour, so you could go to an IEP meeting, as an example.
Okay, that's why I was, because we don't, this sounds like primarily elementary, maybe middle school issue. Would that be fair to say?
I would not say it's fair to say that. I would say that is every building, every level, some to different degrees than others, obviously. But it is most definitely in every building, every grade level. Mila could pull out the class coverage forms if you'd like, but I think a quick spreadsheet analysis of that would show that it's across the board.
Okay. Well, given that it's apparent that I don't know much about this problem, I'm going to pass. Thank you, though.
Sounds good. I want to bop back and see, Kristen, is your internet working now? Do you have part of story?
I think it's working now.
Okay.
And no, I'll pass.
All right. Thank you. Linda. Not sure Linda's on.
I think it's like right. Yeah, right.
Okay. All right. We'll move on then. Allison.
So from what it sounds like, regardless of the role that a person fills in our system, and regardless of the person that they're covering for, they're actually taking away from time from their own responsibilities that they then have to go back and take care of later.
Okay. Jim's going to put something in, Allison, and then we'll.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you. Teresa.
Having more options available for coverage would alleviate the pressure of having and utilizing the same coverage pool.
Okay. Deborah.
So a lot of times, most of the time, IEP meetings occur during a teacher's plan time, which is only 45 minutes in elementary school. Our annuals, we work really hard to keep within that time frame and mostly are pretty successful. Occasionally they run over and we need coverage. Initials often take longer, a minimum of an hour and a half in most cases, and with translators often 2 hours. That's really, really difficult to get a sub, even if they were readily available. And because they're happening during the teacher day, other teachers aren't available to cover that classroom for short periods of time. How's that for chart language, Jim? Sorry about that.
Okay, Deborah, would you look that over and see if you got everything you wanted in there? Let him know if there's something missing.
Maybe, maybe just clarifying that if they run, when they run long, because initials always will. So when IEP meet, yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Heather Espinoza.
I think you skipped Shelley again.
Oh, did I skip Shelley? Shelley, I'm sorry. Shelley, I did. Shelley, you're up.
That's okay. Heather and I both represent elementary. I'm sure a lot of the same things to say. I think one thing that's important here with story is that at the elementary level, it's not always neat and tidy like someone coming into a classroom. Sometimes elementary teachers have to split students and send them to multiple teachers for coverage. So sometimes that gets really tricky. 5 kids to each other teacher within the round or something like that. And so then that gives a teacher a really heavy load that day, their original 26 or 24 or whatever, plus 5 or 8 more.
Okay. Okay.
I think what you need to add here is that it's not always someone coming into the classroom. It often means students have to be split out into other and pushed into other classes for coverage. Which is important because it means there's multiple people who are providing coverage. Often the entire grade level or all the sections in a grade level.
Okay. Now, Heather Espinoza.
I should have gone because Shelley took mine, but I will also add that many times at elementary, coverage always falls on the same people because there's fewer people who aren't tied to classrooms at elementary.
Okay. Oh.
I would say discussing and coming to consensus on what will happen under these scenarios before it happens is better than waiting for it to happen and then deciding. I was really trying to chart language that, and I realized that sounded obtuse as hell. So I'm sorry.
It's okay. Jim may need you to say it again.
Essentially, planning for these scenarios beforehand and building consensus around how we'll address them is better than having no plan at all.
Okay. You ready, Jim?
Yeah, let me take out some of this.
Okay. All right. Chris.
I'm going to pass.
Okay. Heather Gracious.
Many schools have created a rotating schedule for class coverage utilizing non-classroom teachers.
Okay. Dorman.
Bo reminded me of something my Scoutmaster used to say. Prior proper planning prevents poor performance. That's missing one of the P's. But my story is that when one performs someone else's job duties, more often than not, it necessitates you taking your work home, or the parts of it that you can, to get that done outside of typical hours.
Nancy.
I'll pass for now.
Okay. Laura Leppy.
Okay, there we go.
There you go.
I hit Alt S and it tried to share my screen with y'all. The complications of finding coverage don't just exist at elementary. They also exist in K-8s and buildings where teachers are on a similar schedule. So they can't cover each other's classes on a free period because they all have the same free period, which requires those outside folks who then have to do their duties later.
Okay. Would you say that one more time, Laura?
Oh my goodness.
You have to say it exactly
wait,
like
how
you
much
said
did
it
we-
before. So he's got
repeat.
the complications don't just
Complications
exist
don't just exist at elementary. They also exist at K-8s and any middle school where the teachers are on the same schedule. Oh, good job, Linda. And then because they can't cover each other's classes and therefore require outside assistance, which, like what Allison said, which requires those folks to do their duties at other times.
Okay. All right, Dave, we're back to you.
So I'm going to say it and then I have chart language for it. So when we add new sections or there are sudden vacancies, we oftentimes will use our instructional coaches and other teacher licensed non-classroom based educators to fill in for that slot for a period of time. So for example, this past fall, when we added those sections, those instructional coaches and stuff that we put into those positions so that we could open them up, they were teaching full time, those classrooms, opening them up, getting them ready, and still doing their professional development, coaching cycle work. All of the other things that they were required to do still had to happen. And so we basically doubled up them for that period of time. So my chart language is when educators fill in classrooms.
Bolton, I just lost something here. Sorry about that.
All right.
Okay.
For extended periods of time. They are still expected to do their other job duties.
Okay. Marty.
I have two things. One, kind of off of what Dave just said, I think there's gray there as well because they may have to continue their original job duties. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But the other piece is that the impact is greater in schools that have a lower subfill rate. And the impact, Bo talked about having a plan, which is great, but not so much this year because it's a different year. But last year at STEM launch, there wasn't a day where we were not filling classrooms with other classroom teachers or with coaches or with deans and when you're doing that every day or with 5 or 6 absences to try to fill, you just don't have good plans. I mean, the plans aren't adequate. And the other impact is that it's much more expensive to pay for coverage this way. $34 an hour is a lot more expensive than paying the sub rate. And that difference, depending on the absence, comes out of the school's budget.
Okay, there were several parts of the story there, and Allison also has her hand up. So let me jump to Allison real quick and see if she's got a clarifying question. Then we'll come back to you, Marty. Hang on.
Yeah, I guess, Marty, you said that sometimes they have to go back to their original responsibilities and do that work that they missed, and sometimes they don't. Like, what would be in an instance where they wouldn't have to kind of make up for that and like go back and fulfill those responsibilities that they couldn't do because they were recovering?
I've had a coach, a TOSA, say, cover a class for 2 or 3 weeks or longer on occasion, where we relieve them from their coaching duties during that time. So their only responsibilities were to teach that class, not to coach and teach.
Okay, so it was like kind of almost an agreement where you had to arrange that. And so it doesn't, like, that was a long-term solution that you guys came up with to alleviate them having to do 2 jobs.
yeah, you wouldn't do that for a daily situation because you wouldn't really be relieving them of their job if they had to start it again tomorrow. But when you know it's for a longer period of time, we've done adjustments, especially with the instructional coach seat.
Mila.
I think another example of that would be like a dean of students, where if I'm in a classroom covering just for one day, I'm not seeing any kids, I'm not administering any discipline. Somebody else on the admin team does that, and I come back tomorrow and you know, I didn't see any of the kids yesterday when I was covering the class. That's another example.
Sorry, Mila. Deborah.
I think I'm going to refrain because I think I'm entering into debate, and
Okay.
so I'd rather not do that.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate you following the process. So one of the things that Marty said also, Jim, was that it's more expensive to pay the $34 an hour than it is to hire a sub. That was one of the things. And then Marty, I want you to look at this and see if there's other things that you said that neither Jim and I can remember because we're both old men.
You talked about where the $34 comes from.
Yeah, it depends on the reason for the absence, but often it comes out of the school-based budget.
Okay. Okay. Laura Mitchell.
I'm not sure if this is a story or a question, or maybe it's a question that might make it story, but
okay, go ahead.
I'll ask the question first. Is there anyone who has in their job description an allocation of time or minutes or a job responsibility that says that you would, you know, on short notice or occasionally be asked to cover for another teacher in a classroom? Or does that make sense?
Mila or somebody, can you answer that, or Dave?
Technically, we don't have job descriptions for teachers the way we do for our administrative roles and our classified roles. They have very specific, this percentage of time on a daily basis, you'll do X essential duty. Teachers don't have that. What we have is kind of guided by this master agreement, really. It talks about sort of the conditions for work and the types of work that teachers are called to do and the rates they'll be paid to do them. So this is really where we describe the work. There's always that phrase, other duties as assigned, which seems to go with almost any employee and employment status. But yeah, that's my answer to that. Dave, you have anything else you would add?
So Laura, with that being said, is there a story that you'd like to add?
Well, and you guys can help me if I'm at, story is sometimes hard for me to know what goes in the story, but to me it's that there really isn't a position that has in its normal responsibilities to do ad hoc coverage on short notice for classroom coverage. Is that fair to say?
That is story, yep.
And I would say, yeah, if that was a question, yes. Outside of what's in here, there's nothing that says and standby sub, except for we do have, I guess to clarify, we do have people who are hired as fill-in subs. They're not on contract unless they're displaced. Displaced teachers do fill in when they don't get an assignment. When they're assigned to a building, they could do daily sub work, but that's only for displaced teachers. And I think at the moment, we have almost no one in that category.
Okay. Anything else we need to add? All right, let's go to Kathy.
I think mine's kind of along the same line as Laura's, but just we have such tight staffing models that there's no room for error. There's no room for anything and that leads to inefficiencies and extra work for the people who are there. It's not very eloquent, but
Okay. Kristen.
I think I would just add that there seems to be some inconsistencies from building to building.
Can you say more about what that means?
I'll do my best. So for example, in my building, when my instructional coach fills in for a vacancy, then much like Marty, I don't expect them to do 2 jobs at once. They're relieved of all their other duties as an instructional coach. But because we had to point that out, it makes me wonder, and I think Dave even mentioned that some people are doing double duty. So it makes me wonder, is that looking different from building to building? I also have a rotating schedule with consensus, and so it's a plan that's been put into place, but it makes me wonder if some buildings don't have plans.
Okay.
Can I half respond to that and say,
sure.
I would say what Chris is describing is, and Marty, excellent best practices for when these things occur. But in our 60 buildings, it is not consistently done every time in every building.
All right, Ian. Oops, I'm sorry, Deborah. You have your hand up again. Are you?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to Kristen's point about there are some inconsistencies. I know it doesn't happen very often, but in the 2 previous buildings where I worked as a special ed teacher, on the rare occasion, we would be pulled in to cover classes. I know it's now avoided as much as possible, but it did happen. The building I'm in now, they went to extreme lengths to not pull us. So there are inconsistencies. And obviously that meant we were relieved of our duties of seeing groups, but the general expectation is we are supposed to make up groups whenever we miss them. So it was always a tension.
Okay. Ian, go ahead.
Say current practice for getting staff, the compensation forms puts a lot of responsibility and sometimes decision-making on office staff.
So Ian, you glitched a little right in the middle. So would you say it one more time for Jim?
Of course. So the compensation forms and that process that happens after coverage does put a lot of both responsibility and sometimes decision-making on office staff.
Okay. Matt.
Unfortunately, when there is a high need for coverage, those certified staff members that do not have a structured, I'm trying to think of, they have more flexibility in their daily schedule, end up getting stuck covering in those situations.
All right, Mila.
I want to point out a friendly amendment I made. I think it was Marty who talked about it being more expensive to cover at the $34 an hour rate. I added parenthetically, our daily sub rate right now is $130 a day.
Okay.
So it can be nearly, well, 7 hours at 34 is $238. So $108 more a day. It's a very expensive model. And my story is that last year cost coverage cost nearly $400,000. And that was just last year alone. This year, heaven only knows.
So I want you to notice, Mila, that Jim put that all in caps so that
Yeah,
that's
right. Thanks, Jim.
That's the most important part of story right there. All right, Sandy.
I'll pass.
Okay. Linda, is she back with us or?
Yes, she is.
All right. How'd the shot go, Linda?
Hang on one. How'd the shot go?
Oh, it's so much fun. They're very efficient, I will say that. And
I hope it didn't go in one arm and out the other.
I'm still reading, so I'm going to pass right now.
All right. Thanks, Linda. Allison.
I have a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
And then maybe we'll have story. So I think maybe this is a question for Mila. I don't know, because I'm not good with the inner workings of paid time off and all of that, how that works. But so if a person's out there generally using that paid time off.
Hey, baby boy.
Whoa. Totally derailed me. And so like when people have paid time off, that means is there money set aside for that to pay for their sub should they be out? And then when people cover who aren't paid for some reason, like what happens to that money that would have been used to pay for their sub?
Yeah, if Susie was here, she could probably give a more precise answer. But yes, generally speaking, your accrued leave is in a salary account, and when you dip into it to take one of your temp leave days, it in theory covers the cost of the sub. When we have to pay a hour by hour coverage for you, then we're in the negative on that transaction. And I'm sure there's more detail to that I could get for you. But if nobody gets paid for covering somebody who's absent, I don't know that the district comes out ahead. What's ahead? There's just money in the salary accounts that washes with things that are losses and things that are gains. But that's a really imprecise answer. And Susie's probably, if she hears this played back, will cringe. So let me just put a giant asterisk on that.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it just is an interesting thing if there is money, but then there's not enough money. So I guess maybe that's part of story, is that there is money set aside to pay someone, but there's not enough to pay like the $34 an hour rate.
Okay.
What's the story there? What do you want written down?
That there is money set aside to pay for sub coverage when someone's out, but there is not enough money set aside to cover or to pay for the coverage rate. I don't know. What would you call that?
The hourly rate, that $34, the class coverage rate. Yeah.
And I guess just maybe a follow-up then, is that rate the same for all parties? Like at the beginning, it was brought up for school nurses. Would that be $34 an hour for them as well?
Yeah, this is the only rate we have on the books that's for compensating people.
All right, Allison, you done? All right, Teresa.
I'm going to pass.
Okay, Deborah.
So when someone is temporarily assigned to cover a class, whether it's a coach or a dean, and the administration of the building relieves them of their duties, there's still someone at the other end that pays or suffers. So if a coach is working with a teacher and they have a coaching cycle, then they lose out on that time. If they're a teacher who's on an improvement plan and part of that plan is to meet with a coach weekly, then that improvement plan suffers. If the dean is in charge of administration, discipline or calling parents, then those duties still fall on someone else because students still need to talk to someone. So it's lovely that they don't feel like they then have to go back and do double duty, but someone down the line is still losing out or covering for them.
Okay, so can you put that in chart language? Yeah. Yeah. Can you put it in a little shorter rendition so that Jim can get it?
I think the idea of I think the chart language is, even though the immediate person is relieved of duties, somewhere someone else is still suffering. They're either losing out or picking up their duties.
Often a principal.
Often.
All right. Shelley. I didn't skip you that time, Shelley.
I think just to keep it simple, kind of back to some of the inconsistencies Kristen was talking about. Sometimes there's, I think with office staff or with secretarial duties, sometimes the paperwork is shuffle, or I don't know. I think there's a disconnect sometimes with office managers and getting the paperwork to staff, or staff getting the paperwork, or knowing when it can be filled out and when it can't. And I think that goes back to what I was saying earlier about kids getting split up, and then the pay is getting split up between teachers. But I think there's a disconnect sometimes with the paperwork and the pay.
So sometimes the office staff, there's a disconnect with the paperwork and the pay. Is that the story?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Heather Espinoza.
I think I'm covered at this point.
All right. Mr. Bowe.
I'm a pass now.
Okay. Chris?
Pass.
Heather Grecius.
This expands a little bit on what Deb was saying, but special educators are asked to cancel services to cover a class.
All right. Dorman.
Pass.
Nancy.
Pass.
Laura Leppy.
I also wanted to add on to Deb's because she kind of stole mine, but not just that people are, when someone who is I guess, a non-classroom teacher covers, even if they're relieved of their quote unquote duties, they may still have work that piles up that they will have to do then outside of the normal contract day.
Okay. All right, so there was a lot of passing. If you have a part of story that is not already up there, would you raise your hand? Dave Lockley, I knew you'd do that since you're top of the list there. So, Dave.
Every single time you say that, then I have something. So, keeping in mind there are inconsistencies in the system in this space. Oftentimes, or sometimes, I shouldn't say oftentimes, sometimes educators feel pressure to not turn in class coverage forms when the building is responsible for the cost difference in the coverage.
Heather Grecius.
So I'll give you my chart language first, and if it needs explanation, I can go into that. But related services staff do not have a different or defined planning time. So related services are your school psychs, speech, your nurses, OTs and PTs. And that's something that Dave and Mila and I are working on, but it's not defined yet.
Okay. Marty.
kind of an addition to the two situations we've talked about, there are times where the compensation is unclear when we're asking teachers to do extra work. So the example I'm thinking of is when a teammate, a position is empty and a colleague is asked to provide lesson plans or plans for an extended period of time, or sometimes even grade. And there's no clear pathway for how to compensate teachers to do that.
Okay. Dave. Hang on just a second, Dave.
I was adding Marty. Is that okay?
Sure. It works well.
All right, Dave.
Current practice of splitting up the $34 an hour for elementary staff when they're splitting up the kids is extra contractual.
Jim, I want you to be sure to get the term extra contractual in there.
For sure.
For the record.
My life got you. Hang on just a second, okay? And he did get it. Mila.
Class coverage is not desirable on a regular basis. And I believe that the prohibitive expense attached to that was meant to dissuade us from using teachers to cover each other's classes. That 34 an hour is expensive and prohibitive, and that, but we don't have the luxury of that in this time of sub shortage. We have need for, to Marty's point, daily class coverage due to the sub shortages.
Dave.
I have two, if there's no one else wanting to jump in between. The first has to do with the $34 an hour. We have not increased the $34 an hour rate for a very long time. It has been over a decade since we increased that number.
Okay.
And I'm going to give my second story is an extreme example, and I do not want it seen as the norm. However, one of our coaches spent 100 days, not total days, but on 100 different days, not this last school year, but the school year before, covering classes. And when you do that, because there's no mechanism to stop that from happening, it makes it very difficult to do your job, whether you're paid for it or not.
Okay. You ready, Jim?
I'm trying to make this one capture what I said.
Okay, yeah. Linda and Heather, I've got you on here, so hang on just
So
a
just
second.
at the end of that, Jim, which makes it difficult to do their standard job. After you finish wordsmithing it, that's just that last part that needs to be added.
One might ask what their standard job is.
I have Linda, Heather, and then Kathy. So Linda.
Just for a little historical background, for a period of time, there was a dollar rate attached to this. And then for a period of time, we took a percentage of the base so that the amount of dollars available for class coverage would increase every year. And several years ago, the teachers agreed to a flat dollar rate, so that was an actual reduction for them over the tied to the a percentage of the base.
Okay.
So teachers have given up already money for that.
Okay. Heather Gracious.
So I have two, so I can do one now and one after Kathy if you'd like, but annually or more, special ed staff contact student support services to raise concern with the number of times they're asked to cover classes.
Okay. And your second one, Heather, Kathy said that was okay.
Thanks, Kathy. Workload issues for special educators are already an area of concern.
Okay. Kathy.
So I'm going to just ask a question because I'm trying to get my head around what percent of this problem is caused truly by just the whole lack of sub issues, and what is caused by different things that we might have more control over, like, are we pulling teachers out for PD that we don't have I'm not understanding the unexpectedness, like maybe it's a teacher sick or something I can get where you wouldn't know that they were going to be absent to plan, but I'm having a hard time when we're going to get into talking about options. If the crux of the matter is subs, do we solve for that versus coverage? Or I don't know. I'm just trying to understand all the different reasons why you would have these last minute subbing responsibilities that you wouldn't have coverage. And I don't understand the whole picture. So maybe someone could explain.
Yeah, I have several people that are on here. Dave, Marty, and I think Mila, you had your hand up at one point too. So go ahead, Dave, and then I'll go to the next person.
Yeah, so I mean, to be honest with you, Kathy, there isn't an exact cause of the not having a sub because it could be for any number of reasons. Our fill rate is not 100% on the best day, under the best circumstances. Whether we have district PD or not have district PD, we're not at 100%. So there will always be, and in many buildings every day, be a certain number of unexpected times that people need to cover. There's just no way around that. Even if we had 1 million subs on the books, all taking jobs, there would still be times when it would happen. Myla's shaking her head. Probably not if we had 1 million subs. I was exaggerating. But let me rephrase it more historically. There's never been a time, no matter how many subs the districts have had, where this wasn't an issue that needed to be addressed. I think the problem becomes, once we know it's going to happen, how are we going to address it? And as I think Bo mentioned earlier, what agreements are we going to make on how to take care of it so that things aren't, disproportionately placed on someone, and not, and that the processes becomes less about, in some of my examples, choice around how it happens, but it just becomes more automatic or whatnot to alleviate pressure and inefficiencies and compounding problems. It's easy to ask this one person because they have some flexibility, but what kind of undue compounding problems does that create long term? I think some of our principals have mentioned some really great best practices around shared agreements on rotations and schedules and that kind of stuff that is not consistently there. And I would also, just because I have the floor, highlight that buildings having to pay for the difference between class coverage and the standard sub rate does create, in certain circumstances, this kind of pressure to not turn in the forms, whether it's overt, which is probably not. No one says don't turn in the form, right? But we've all worked with people who are less open the checkbook a little freely, and those that don't, office managers or department leaders or whatnot. And that kind of pressure sets an expectation that then becomes problematic.
Marty.
I think the scope of this problem is 100% caused by the lack of subs. Like, I think that if there were plenty of subs, the rate that this would be an issue would be so small that we could probably solve it easily. So, I mean, I think that, but I don't know that we're going to solve that here. To me, the larger issue is maybe defining like which positions must be paid the extra $34 an hour if they perform those duties. Because I think that's where the lack of clarity is, in that some people believe that if you tell a coach you don't have to do any observations today, or you're gonna not do your meetings, that they are free to assign them to cover classes and not give them the $34 an hour, right? Where other times, other buildings think that you're just going to go home and look at those lesson plans those teachers wrote, so you need to be compensated for that as well. And I think where it's sticky is that, for me, and if I'm talking too much, Dave, let me know, but like for me, where it's sticky is the different roles have different sort of responsibilities. Like Myla mentioned earlier, a dean's job is a lot different than a coach's job often. And part of their job is to monitor students and provide for their safety. So, putting them into a class may not really add to their day if the principals are covering discipline or lunch duty or the other things that happen in that day. Whereas a coach, on the other hand, they may still be working on those improvement plans for teachers or looking at lesson plans at night. And so it really does add to their day, or certainly in the case of a special education teacher. It's pretty clear cut, I think, in practice that if you're a classroom teacher and you go cover a classroom, you're going to get paid. I think we're talking about those positions that are not classroom teachers, and it's the vagary, like the brainness of those roles and whether they should get paid or not, or whether it's additional work or not. That is the issue.
Allison, is yours an answer to Kathy's question, or do you have a more story?
Actually, I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'm wondering if this is also happening similar to coaches happening with SELs. And I guess it's not necessarily a pay issue, but like people voted to have SELs in that role. And if we're then removing them even temporarily, I just wonder if that then becomes a totally different issue. And I don't know like where coaches came from. I just think it's tough to say like some people can temporarily leave a role. And now I'm getting debaty, but I guess I just was wondering if that's happening with the SELs too. And I saw people nodding heads. So that's my question.
Mila or Dave?
There's not a job role where this isn't impacting. That's how I would describe it.
All right.
Sandy, did you have a question? Sandy had her hand up.
Yeah, she I think she's got more story, right, Sandy? Okay, Sandy.
Okay. In some teachers in remote setting have been asked to attend an IEP meeting at the same time they're in class because some circumstance presented a different general education teacher that was scheduled to go to the meeting from attending. So the classroom teacher has one computer on a Google Meet with the IEP meeting and another computer. They've already started stuff with their class, so they have to stay on with their class.
Okay. Chris.
Dave was talking about some of the budgetary impacts and at the school level and how that could affect people making claims. It just brought to mind my recollection, and Mila may know this better, but I think a couple years ago, there was an analysis showing that we have some fairly significant differences building to building that are persistent in terms of temporary leave usage. And one of the concerns I've heard people express is that if the district becomes the payer for that, might we have other buildings in which the use of temporary leave grows larger than it currently does?
Okay. And Chris, I'm assuming you want that in story, is that right? Okay, so Jim's trying to capture it as we speak.
Mila, I don't have that screen up right now, so I'll give you my proxy to read whatever Jim types in.
Yeah, I think he's getting it. Significant differences as to the use of coverage and the amount paid per year between buildings. Yes.
Okay. Marty, your hand's still up. Did you have more?
Nope, sorry.
Oh, okay. No
I
problem.
can't raise it. Oh, no, yes, I can. Sorry.
You're good. You're good. Any other story? Laura Mitchell.
Chris mentioned something about temporary leave, and I don't see that in that statement. Is that an important piece of what he was saying, that it was temporary leave?
I really interpret, I don't want to speak for you, Chris, but I think Jim's use of the word, the amount of coverage used, was actually the accurate statement to make. Yes, the amount of temp leave used by buildings does vary, but I think the point, Chris, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you were making was that speaking to this idea of the discrepancy in the way buildings interpret things, different amounts of class coverage were paid, and it varies greatly from building to building, which speaks to a different interpretation. I think that was the point you were making.
Yeah, honestly, Mila, I can't remember if it was coverage or temp leave. I'm just trying, I can like vaguely visualize a chart of some sort that showed, I mean, I can think of a couple of school names that I'm not going to share here where they just had
coverage.
huge amounts of, yeah, perhaps coverage that was going on, and other places where there was more of a consistent amount building to building, and some of the places that had lots of coverage, you really didn't see a pattern. It wasn't related to title status or non-title status. It just felt like there were other things at play in the building in terms of culture and needs for coverage that might be influencing those numbers.
So I think actually adding and temp leave would be more accurate, Jim.
Okay. All right, Linda.
Can somebody tell me what the average teacher salary without benefits is?
So Linda, I've asked a similar question to Susie, and I think she's going to get that to us. So as soon as we get that information, we'll share that off here.
She did get it to us. So I will enter it into story. For next fiscal year, the average salary without benefits is $64,049. And I'll tell you what the hourly is here in a second. 64049. $049, Jim.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. And the that makes an hourly rate $43.28.
So we're asking teachers on average to take less to cover someone's class than they make per hour.
Or more. You know, yeah, that's the thing about an average.
Right. Well, if we look at the if we look at the 44,000, it's $29 an hour, a little over $29 an hour. So there isn't that great a distance. When we originally did this, we looked at the average teacher salary, and that's how we came up with the 34. It was closest there. But as Dave said, it's been several years since we've taken a look at this language and not kept up with the hourly rate of an average teacher.
All right. Any other story? Anybody need a bathroom break? I've seen a lot of nodding heads. So, good. How much time do you need? 5 minutes, 10 minutes? 5 minutes. All right. Roddy, can you give us a 5-minute break?
So we set a timer for 4 minutes.
All right. They've got a lot of story on this one, Jim.
Yeah, it's a big issue.
Yeah, it is. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick.
You're still live for YouTube. Don't forget.
Gotcha.
Hey, Dave.
Yes.
I I don't know whether this is an elephant or not, but the way that Dave Lockley presented this at the beginning was different than what this has sort of evolved to a little bit. Like, I don't remember him talking about that the dollar per the hourly rate was an issue.
Okay. So when he comes back on, Nancy, would you bring that up, please?
Yeah.
And you don't have to do it as an elephant if it isn't an elephant for you, but Dave's
Just
on there, so
clarification. Yeah.
yeah, just to clarify. Yep.
Yeah. So, and I can bring it up with the whole group too, but I'm just trying to understand what really is the issue.
Yep. So I heard what you said. I did not bring up the 34. I did not identify the $34 that dollar amount as the issue for which we were discussing.
Okay.
It's fine to talk about for context, but it's was the dollar amount specific was not what we're addressing. It's how it's figured out who pays it and when, or who gets it and who doesn't. That
Right.
was the issue which I was identifying.
Okay. Just wondering.
Yep.
Nancy, thanks for bringing that up because that could become an elephant if it's not handled right.
Just to clarify, I
go
was
ahead,
definitely
Dave.
not. This is not a. I mean, I think it was good, interesting the part we were talking about where it came from, the dollar amount. That if we were going to be talking about a change to that dollar amount, that would need to be in the compensation discussions,
right?
Not in this space, because that's really would be dealing with money and impact, and that's not something I'm currently. I've
Right.
never stopped the process from coming up with all kinds of crazy ideas, because there's been some crazy ones over the years, right? But that is not the purpose of today. Is the language portion of it, not the dollar, the fiscal note to the language.
Thank you.
Okay. So is there any other story? And Jim, I'll go ahead and type the interests when we get to it, but is there any other story? Chris?
Not so much story, but just a comment, given the discussion that just went on. If the team had desire to talk about the monetary piece and to do something differently there, it just was like, I'm open to solving whatever issues or addressing whatever issues we feel like need to be addressed in the system. It could be better to do that later on in our negotiations work this spring, because there probably is a fiscal impact. And I know oftentimes we say, how much does X and Y and Z cost, and how does it all fit together in a package? And I just think if we were going to deal with the monetary pieces, it would work better to do it later on as opposed to trying to work through it right now.
Okay.
I agree, Chris, on that space. Like right now, we're dealing with a practice of an issue, and money we can deal with when it becomes money time, if that becomes something people want to explore.
And Linda, you started to say something and got cut off.
I guess I was doing this more from a historical point of view rather than bringing up what should be paid for teachers. So if I offended someone, I apologize. Mine was just more, this is where we came from.
I wasn't offended. I was just asking the question of what is the issue we're dealing with here. So.
All right. Is there any other story then that needs to go up? All right, Mr. Jim, if you want to take the interests, I'll type.
All right. Does anyone have an interest? Raise your hand. Go first. Who wants to do it first?
I'll raise my hand. How's that?
Nancy.
I would like to see consistency between buildings.
Laura. Leppy.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was next. I'm not good with the alphabet. I have an interest in I don't know how to say this. People being compensated for the work that they do.
Dave.
An interest in coverage language that supports and values all positions in our system.
I didn't hear what values, Dave. I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
Supports and honors all positions in our system.
Marty.
I have an interest in having clear and precise language for who should get paid and when.
Laura Mitchell.
I have an interest in setting a limit on, and then I don't know exactly how to word it, the amount of time that a person could be asked in a given amount of time to be used in this role.
And the reason you'd like to see that or like that?
Because I think we have people that are hired to do specific jobs, and if someone's, like the example, 100 days doing this role, that's a different job. That's pulling them away from the work and the job that we hired them to do, and how you can, we just have to find, it's not equitable to the other people in that role, in that job, for that person to be called away to do that.
Okay, let's mark that one also as a possible option. Setting the limit on the amount of time. Got it. Kathy.
I have an interest in making this a rare occurrence once again.
Okay. Kristen. Kristen, do you have an interest for us? I'm sorry.
We can't hear you, Kristen. Yeah.
We'll come back to you, okay? Ian.
I'll pass for now.
Matt.
I believe mine is up there, so I will pass.
Mila.
Likewise, mine is up there.
Sandy.
I have an interest in teachers not being afraid to ask for compensation that they are owed for doing extra work.
Linda.
I have an interest in ensuring people, staff members don't feel overburdened by the amount of time they do this.
Allison,
Mine's up there.
Teresa,
This may have been said, but I'm gonna say this. I have an interest in a balanced, fair, and collaborative process for coverage.
Deborah,
I think mine is up there. Pass.
Shelley,
I have an interest in class coverage remaining voluntary.
Heather, Espinoza,
I think I'm gonna pass. Y'all did a great job.
Bo,
Pass.
Chris,
Pass.
Heather,
I have an interest in maintaining the ability of a special educator to implement the services on a student's IEP.
Say it one more time. I'm sorry.
I have an interest in maintaining the ability of a special educator to implement the services on the IEP.
Thanks, Heather. Sorry.
Nope, you're good.
Dorman,
Pass.
let's go around one more time in order. Nancy,
I'm trying to think of how to say this. I have an interest in the students having the best education. Because so that they don't have so many people going in and out of their classroom teaching the classes. I don't know how to say it any better than that. Sorry.
Look at that and see if that's what you said there.
Yeah.
All right.
Except of their classroom.
Of their classroom.
Last
You don't like ought?
Laura Leppy,
I'm going to add on to, I think it was Heather who said it, not just special educators, but I have an interest in SEL as well as other support staff being able to do their jobs, I guess is the way to put it. I'm going to go with that.
Got it.
Dave Lockley,
We're all saying very similar things in different ways, so I'm going to pass.
Marty,
I have an interest in having as much flexibility as possible in ensuring that students are safe and supervised as long as staff is compensated.
Laura Mitchell,
Well, I have an interest in creating a system that's cost effective. And I know that's, we're not talking about money so much, it's not the major point of it, but I still believe that that is a piece of it, that we're doing this in a cost effective way for the district to operate.
Kathy,
I have interest in having staff at all levels have predictability in their day.
Kristen, let's see if we can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yay. All of my interests have been discussed.
Okay. Ian.
I think it's there, but I'd like to add a more inclusive term for in the article to ensure everyone is compensated appropriately.
Matt.
Pass.
Mila.
I'll pass.
Sandy.
I don't have one to add, but I'd like to edit the one that I said last time. Mine was teachers not being afraid to ask for compensation that they are owed for doing extra work. Can I change that to staff?
Staff instead of teachers.
Yes.
You got it.
Thanks. And I'll pass after that.
Linda.
Pass.
Allison.
Pass.
Teresa.
This may be wishful thinking, but I have an interest in resolving our sub shortage. I just want that noted.
And we'll get to the how later, right? Deborah.
Hopefully you can help us with that, Jim.
I think Sandy's wordsmithing of her language covers some of the things I was wrestling with, so therefore I will pass.
Shelley.
I think early on someone mentioned coverage language because as we're moving through this and as I looked back at some of the story, I want to make sure we're not just talking about someone covering a class, but also like extended time writing someone else's lesson plans or grading someone else's papers or so language that covers extra duties covering for someone else.
Gotcha, Shelley.
Heather Espinoza.
Pass.
Bo.
Pass.
Chris.
Pass.
Heather.
Pass.
Dorman.
Pass.
If you have one, put your hand up, please. Anyone have another interest? Not seeing one? Are we ready to go on to options? And looks like we have roughly half an hour, maybe 45 minutes, something like that. So options, we'd like to start us down the options trail. Ian, you nodding your head. You'd like to start us?
We could start with a pass if that's helpful.
All right. Matt Schmidt.
One option could be to change the language. making sure I'm on the right. In 27.8, where it says compensation shall be provided for team/core teachers and amenable, equitable for other classroom teachers. We could change the language from compensation for teachers to compensation for educators. So basically switching the term from teacher to educator. So certified educator covering classes.
Thank you.
Hang on just a second, Jim. I want to make sure I
Yeah.
get this. All righty.
Covering classes. Yeah.
Oh, yep. I forgot the covering classes, didn't I? All right.
Mila.
Work to identify any roles where it's replacement duty versus additional duty. So clarifying that concept. If there are any roles where that's the case.
Replacement duty instead of what was it?
Additional duty. And
Thank
I
you.
think it's like that dean of students example where like if the dean is covering, there really is nothing left over for him or her to do. But if an instructional coach is covering, then he or she may have to make up all sorts of stuff.
Jim, I think Heather has a question. Her hand's up.
Heather.
Did have a question. Does the term teacher and the master agreement cover all certified educators? This is going back to Matt's option.
In general, yes. However, because this also uses the term classroom, it gets a little funky.
Right. So I agree getting rid of classroom, but wouldn't the term this teacher cover all the folks who would be put into this role?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sandy, your turn.
Yeah, that may or may not change my option, but Matt said change the language to educator, and I was going to say change the language to staff. I keep coming back to that nurse thing. Would a nurse be counted as an educator?
There would be a certified, they're in that certified educator category, right? Like whether we use the term certified staff or whatever, I would not, so I'm not judging your option. Staff usually would refer to any employee of the building versus certified staff or classified staff or certified educator. There's usually a second clarifier than just the generic staff or employee language, unless you're talking about staff and employees.
Okay, so I think I want to, leave off my option.
Okay.
In that case.
I'll take it off.
Thank you.
You bet.
Linda.
Okay. Thanks, Heather.
Pass.
Allison.
Pass.
Teresa.
Pass.
Deborah.
Pass.
Shelley.
In some way define coverage.
Okay. Can you get us started down that trail? Define coverage to be.
Well, I think this might be kind of, unless I'm wrong, Mila, maybe kind of what Mila was thinking about. Identify, is coverage going into a class? Is it splitting up students? Is it writing lesson plans? Is it?
Okay. let's leave it there. And then if you come back to it, when we come back to it, see if we can add to it. Heather Espinoza.
Pass for now.
Heather, your hand's
Bo.
still up. Sorry, Jim.
Bo.
Pass.
Chris.
Yeah, I need to pass for now too.
Heather.
So prior to class coverage, ensure that services and timelines are being met.
Dorman.
In the article, change the word class to duties.
Nancy.
I'm trying to figure out how to say this. I would like to see some type of definition of class coverage that addresses, is it a single class? Is it a little longer term kind of thing? Is it a full day? Not sure
So
exactly.
coming back to have a better operational definition of coverage.
Yes.
Laura Leppy.
I'm going to kind of run with Dorman's duty instead of class per se, and go with pay everyone $34 an hour every time they do a duty for someone else outside of what their specific job should be. That was a good stretch, Minnie, and a good fist bump, Sandy. I liked it.
Dave Lockley.
Add language around development of duty rotations to shared decision-making requirements.
There we go. Thanks, Mila.
Appreciate that, Mila. Thank you.
Marty.
Pass.
Laura Mitchell.
I guess I sort of have a question, because in one instance, I know we're talking about supervision of a class, and then it seems we're expanding that to other, like planning and creation of a lesson plan, which could be in what we're talking about, but I just didn't see that as clearly. So I'm just trying to figure out if that's an expansion or if that's already in there and I just.
Oh.
I think it depends on your, right? Which part of it is covered? The supervision, is it only the supervision? Is it the preparation for, I think that's what some people are talking about in this space, and the need for clarity on that. Yeah.
Mine was
Because
also
right now,
in reference.
I'm
Sorry.
Right now,
Oh, no,
there's no
my-
language that addresses, Laura, Mitchell, to your point, there's no language that says what should happen when a teacher takes over somebody else's duties. And so, in that vacuum, all sorts of different practices occur.
Laura Leppy, you want that?
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say that mine was in reference also to somebody brought up like the nurses thing where like a nurse went out and a nurse assistant covered the nurse's assistant job, whatever. So it wasn't necessarily like class coverage, but it was coverage of a thing that wasn't theirs. That's why I went all sorts of general and happy. Cover it all.
Okay. Kathy,
Pass.
Let's see. I'm gonna start out the sentence in a word that I probably don't like, but require clear procedures in each building. And maybe it goes to what Dave just said about duty rotation to shared decision making, but it could be other things that they put in place through shared decision making. But every building, it should be known how coverage works in each building. So
Kristen,
I'm going to pass.
Ian,
Pass.
Matt,
Pass.
Mila,
I'm passing.
Sandy,
Pass.
Linda,
Pass.
Allison,
Pass.
Teresa,
Pass.
Deborah,
I have an interest in limiting the amount of time any one person can cover someone else's duties.
okay. That's an option or an interest? Where did you want that at, Deborah? I can't hear you.
Yeah. I wanted it as an option, but I guess the way I have
Okay.
it worded is definitely an interest. I guess I wanted it as an option, but if
Okay.
it sounds more like an interest,
So if I just
Okay.
change it to limit the amount,
that works for me.
it makes it an option then. Does that work?
Yeah.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
All right.
Shelley,
Pass.
Heather,
Maybe schools, or not having schools be responsible for that difference in the pay, and therefore teachers wouldn't feel pressured whether to turn in the paperwork or not.
okay. Bo,
Pass.
Chris,
I don't know that this is an option. It's just a concern that I have. I just feel like there's a lot of dimensions to this challenge that we've talked about. Everything from the nurse issue where you've got long-term somebody managing or supporting a caseload, to just like for a class period or two covering a class during the course of a day, to like the 3-week example of having an instructional coach cover a class that Marty described, to the grading lesson plan, development pieces that we've talked about. And I just worry we don't have enough options on the table that are creative enough or nuanced and different enough to solve all of those different problems. I know I'm not helping by bringing forward some options to solve it, But what I worry about is we're going to go into straw design and come back pretty soon and say, all right, we've dealt with like 1/5 of the comprehensive challenge that we're wrestling with here. So I just want to put that out there.
Sure.
Jim,
Thank you.
Jim, you have 2 hands up. You have Marty's and Dave's.
Dave?
I think technically Marty's was up first, but I'm addressing Chris's question, so you might want to go back to Marty. So I agree, and I think that's one of the advantages of not trying to jam this all into one session is that now, because we're getting close, I don't think we're going to straw design today, and so we'll have time to spend more time thinking about the issue and the options to come back in our next session to be able to, start over, revisit this. And I think, that was part of how Mila and I have designed the introduction of these different issues, is that we don't really get all the way to straw design or try to jam it through in one session. Right. Now that we're only in shorter 4-hour sessions, especially.
Marty.
I think I might have an elephant. I've never had an elephant before, so I'm not sure. I feel, so I'm just going to talk it out and you tell me if I'm doing this correctly, I guess. I keep hearing options around limiting the amount of time that certified staff can be used to cover classes, and having plans that limit your coverage options in a building. And my elephant is that I just feel like that is really going to unfairly burden and disadvantage buildings that don't get steps. And having worked in buildings like that, like the trickle down effect that Deborah talked about earlier, like it will really have a significant effect if we're limited in how we can use all staff to cover classes in buildings that don't have steps. And all that work that the admin team or the dean or whoever we're going to say isn't going to be part of this plan will have it, that doesn't get done, will have a detrimental effect on those students and those kids as well. So I'm not sure if that's really an elephant or not. Somebody can tell me if I should wait to say this stuff, but it felt like an elephant.
It is an elephant, Marty. Dave?
Yeah, I can help. If it's bothering you, I agree that it needs to be talked out because it's a barrier to moving forward. Then we need to talk it out. And how I would describe, the options that are up there is, as this brainstorming. I think debating and the impact of each individual one is definitely something for straw design. And sometimes there are competing interests and competing options. I can only speak to my own interests and options from my own intent space, which for my own, it's all about clarity and equity, not about hard and fast limits. I have an interest in nobody having to cover jobs, someone else's job. That'd be great. I'd love that to happen. That's a little pie in the sky. And so, like I said, I can only speak for my own. But that's the whole point of the process, I think, to then go back into, as we actually do evaluate options, for you to say exactly what you said here. And it's okay to talk about it here, because if it's bothering you, I want everyone to be in a space that they can hear all of it and be evaluating all the options and interests and everything on an even space. So I don't know if others want to chime in, or Marty, you want to react to that, or what?
I mean, I'm fine. I appreciate the brainstorming piece of this, and I'm okay with that. I think the disconnect was the issue as it was outlined at the beginning was really about whether people were getting compensated for work that they did or not how much work they should be doing or how they were picked to do that work. So I think that and combined with knowing that this looks vastly different in some schools than it does for others, caused the elephant for me. But I'm okay waiting to talk about this at another point too.
I agree, and Mila gets mad at me all the time, but I always say things like the charge of our committee or the issue we're trying to solve is, and that similar to what Nancy's and I's conversation about the dollar amount, right? Like I made it clear, like what we're dealing with is the language component of it. If we want to deal with money, we can deal with that at some other juncture when it's more appropriate. Today, it's about the language of it. You know, and so, you know, we definitely have an issue, like that's the issue that we're trying to solve, is definitely that. Sometimes other things can be fixed, or, you know, other issues are sorely addressed through an option, or through trying to solve an issue. And that's, you know, icing on the cake when I see that happening. That's the way I look at it. When we can solve things that we weren't even trying to deal with. In addition, that's just the benefit of the process.
Jim, can
Anyone
I add?
else?
I was just going to add something procedurally around this too that might help out a little bit. From the beginning of this, I, as a facilitator, really am having trouble putting the finger on what it is you're trying to solve. So we may, when we come back, whatever day it is that we come back on, we may want to talk about pinpointing that down. And I can understand Marty's angst around it. Because, and even Nancy said something during the break about, you know, what is this really about in that line? So maybe we need to think more, what is it you're trying to solve in this? And agreeing, Marty, just procedurally, we know that anything goes when you throw the options up. But even if you look back at some of the interests that are in there, I'm having trouble figuring out what exactly you're trying to solve. Are you trying to solve the money issue? Are you trying to solve the time issue? Are you trying to solve the sub issue? Are you trying to solve all of them at the same time? So even as a facilitator, I was straying a little bit with it. And when Dave reprimanded us, Jim and I, for talking at the break, he didn't. He just said, remember that you're live. At the break, that's kind of what Jim and I were saying. This is a huge issue and there's a lot of parts to it. So you may have to break off some of the parts in order to solve it. Does that make sense, Dave? Yeah,
I mean, so I you know, I'm doing exactly what I said I do with Mila and our committee work and stuff like that. But the two issues that I identified at the beginning that we're trying to solve is that, you know, the inconsistent practice when non-classroom educators have to move into class coverage situations. The paying of it, the work of it, just that inconsistent practice. And then the second, does have, you know, and that's the nurses example that I keep using, is like, what do we do when we're talking about coverage of a non-classroom educator's job responsibilities? Those are the two main issues that we're addressing. You know, I agree that a lot of other issues propped up, but, you know, if I'm looking to come out of this, the issue that I put on the table, those solutions that fit those two issues. If we happen to roll up some other things into it, you know, like I said, to me, that's icing on the cake.
Dave, could you repeat the second one? Because now I'm confused a bit.
Yeah. So when we're talking about not classrooms, right? Classrooms is pretty relatively clean. You got a teacher out, and you've got kids that need to be covered, and if it's a long-term absences, lessons that need to be planned, and grades and that kind of stuff, right? In that long-term space. But class is very defined, pretty clean cut of what we're covering. We have had issues when, and I keep using the nurses example just because I have a lot of intimate involvement in that situation recently. But when a nurse or other non-classroom educator has to cover another person in their same job class, so another nurse or a counselor covering another counselor's job responsibility, how is that handled? And, you know, sometimes we handle it this way, and sometimes we handle it that way, and sometimes it's not handled at all, and then it creates conflict, and that's usually when I get involved. So there's an inconsistent practice on how we address certified educators, but non-classroom certified educators covering someone in their same job classes, job responsibility. Is that clear?
Yeah, it is, but I think as I was processing all this, it's got a little muddy for me. And so I was imagining like a counselor who would cover for a teacher. And so I think in processing now what Dave's saying, and part of my story, part of my interest may have been on that. That may have been my focus during that time.
A counselor, part of that is a counselor, that first category, right? Anyone covering that classroom and clearing up the fact that the language currently says a teacher covering another teacher. That's situation one, right? Fixing that space. Situation two is that counselor covering another counselor's job, or nurse covering another nurse, that kind of situation. So it's definitely that counselor going into that 6th grade English class tomorrow morning, clarifying the practice and policies on that. But then there's the second one. And I think that second one is where I think people are getting where the story allowed it to migrate around us a little bit.
Nancy.
So what I'm understanding you to say, Dave, is that the first one deals with in-building classroom, who handles that sort of thing. And the second one is perhaps building to building, like a nurse from one building covering a nurse from another building. Would that be correct?
It could be, sometimes like our counselors, I think counselors are a good example, because they're, especially in our high schools and our middle schools, there might be multiple counselors in building. But I think by and large, what you're describing is accurate. It's really building to building coverage. When this happens the most regularly is that building to building that I get involved in. I'm sure it happens other times too, but when I get involved in it, it's that building to building, because they're a singleton, and now people have to now go to another whole other building that they're not involved in and support this other space. Those conflicts usually raise to my awareness.
Jim, Sandy has her hand up too.
Sandy.
Yeah, I think I'm where Teresa is where, like, I think I'd want to change some of my story or interests or whatever, because I think I got off track too. I think we got too wrapped up in like classroom coverage, like subs and stuff. So next time I'd like to go back and do some editing. I don't know how everyone else feels about that.
You're welcome to edit at any time, Sandy. So when you come back, we can start with that. And Teresa, the same thing. If you've got things that you were thinking one way that you need to change, or if you just want to add interests and options around what you now understand, that procedurally either way is fine.
Mila.
I added a line at the top, and Dave, I want you to check me. I wrote the 2 issues. I think that's helpful for people to look back to. So as I heard you describe them, Dave, they were those. Okay.
So some of it seems to me to go back to what I think Shelley spoke about it, Chris talked about it, Laura talked about it, is you have and Dave talked about it, you have a good definition for the classroom coverage. There's pretty good understanding about that. It's when this tool called coverage goes outside the classroom, it seems to wander some. And especially because one of the things you talked about was various practices in various buildings. So maybe part of it is defining what you mean by coverage, or at least talking about that. You may want to switch terms when it's in different categories, but I'm not sure that you have identified what coverage is when you go outside of the classroom. We have about, it's 13 now?
Right now, yep. You guys are looking kind of tired. I'm gonna, as a facilitator, make a suggestion to you. Let's call it a night tonight and come back to this, and we'll give you time next time to go over and do kind of a gallery walk of things, and then you can, and then we can continue from there. Does that sound all right? All right, so let's do a
You were
checkout.
up too early shoveling snow or
There you
other
go.
things.
All right, we're going to start with Laura Leppy. Thought for the day.
Oh, that's a lot of pressure.
Sorry, Laura.
That's okay.
Related to this, Laura.
Yeah.
I thought I was going to be last again. I got so excited. Thought for the day. It's amazing that we are all so respectful of each other, that this process can still work on a topic like this that seems to have so much. There's a word I'm thinking of that's not really appropriate, but so much to it. We'll go with that. But I love this team, and I love watching the smiles and the reactions on silent, muted mics, and it makes me happy every time I get to come hang out with you kids.
That's good. Nancy.
I think sometimes work can be confusing, but we will get there.
Norman.
I'm really glad that Marty brought up his issue elephant, and it helped everyone get some more clarity and begin to focus and think. And so I just want to point out how that part of the process really helps everybody. So, and I'm just glad that he felt like he could just, come out and say it. And that's what we need to keep that up is if we have an issue or something that's blocking you, bring it up, and it's going to help more than just yourself.
Very good. Heather G.
All good.
Chris.
Just thanks all for putting in a long day, a long evening. Definitely rebuts the myth that everyone just hangs out in their jammies all day on snow days. We're certainly not doing that. So thanks for your time, and thanks for thoughtful, productive discussion and use of the process.
Oh.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Have a good night. Take care of yourselves.
Heather E.
Yep, we'll get there. Just keep swimming.
Shelley.
Good work again.
Deborah.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Teresa.
I really appreciate all the great conversation and people just really putting their thoughts out there, especially when things didn't feel right. And I look forward to us resolving this issue.
Allison.
Good job. I always appreciate just hearing the many different perspectives, especially when I don't think of things and then people it gets the ball rolling. I just always appreciate how many different perspectives are present in this.
Linda.
Complex issues.
Sandy.
It happened so many times tonight where I was listening to people and trying to think of how I was going to word what I was going to say. And then it's like somebody just got inside my brain and pulled out that thought and put it there. I'm like, I was thinking the exact same thing. And that just feels good to know that we're all trying to get to the same place. So I appreciate you all as always.
Mila.
Good conversations, and the process does usually take us to a good place.
Matt.
Yeah, thank you everybody for your participation tonight. I think that the fact that it's getting muddy in this right now just is a clear sign of how complicated this is for all of us that work on all sides of it in the buildings each and every day. And so this 5 lines of contract does not quite do justice to the complicated work that happens. So thanks everybody for your input and have a good night.
Ian.
Similar to Matt, I appreciate everyone's kind of commitment to solving the complicated issues. Not the easy way out, but committed to all the intricacies and complexities of the issue.
Kristen. Kristen, we can't hear you. Sorry. You good to go? All right. Kathy.
Just reminding us of the 2 check marks at the beginning of the meeting. And yes. And then at this one, we're just in the middle of the process. So we're where we need to be and we'll get there. So thanks everybody for all the great discussion.
Laura Mitchell.
What Kathy said, we did start off on a high note, so don't anybody forget that and get discouraged. And I hope no one will walk away frustrated with today. I hope, Marty, that you do feel like your voice is heard and it's important. And I think what we've uncovered is that this is, whether the language and what Dave is asking us to focus on, I think there's bigger elephants in the room as drivers behind some of what may be causing some of that. So, and I think through our process, we'll get to that. And maybe this isn't the right place to solve some of the things that are really happening and make Marty feel like he's getting boxed in. That maybe there's something else that we need to look at, or maybe it's another problem and it's outside of this process. But I think the dialogue is good. And I think the fact that it's why we have so many voices in a room to make sure that we don't miss something that's so important to solve. But the process is so powerful that you can have this many people and you can still make progress and solve, things that are issues within the contract, but maybe even shed light on things that need attention outside of that. So,
Marty.
Thanks, everybody. I definitely do feel heard, and I feel like this is, why this process is valuable. And also, it's nice to have been on the team for long enough that knowing that this would be positive and productive. So, thanks. Feeling good. I'll see you soon.
Dave.
I feel actually super productive. We got those check boxes off, and I'll just remind us that every time we start one of these, it feels about like this at about this part of the process where we're all like, oh, what are we doing? What are we talking about? And then we finish up the process and get to the results like we had this afternoon this morning, whatever that was at the beginning of this meeting. Solutions to complex issues that work for everybody and for students. So I have full faith that we'll get there.
Mr. Jim.
Well, I suspect none of your colleagues are home right now saying, man, I hope I walk into school tomorrow and somebody just 10 minutes before class comes up to me and says, hey, would you cover? And no principal is out there waiting for the same thing and walking in and saying, oh, I hope I get a problem I can solve by asking somebody to cover for a class today. It's a great tool. You use it a lot, obviously. And maybe part of it is finding out, are there other ways? Are there other tools? How do you want to use it? How should it be used? So take care. I'm glad many of you had a great day for a snow day. And for those of you who had to make difficult decisions throughout the day, thank you very much. I appreciate your work.
And I ditto that. Thank you guys very much. You work so good together, and Dave is absolutely right. You're right in the spot you should be. Good work on the first 2, and you'll get this one done too. Thanks, everybody. Have a good night.
Do we meet on March 11th next? Okay, March 11th. Okay, thank you.
The only meeting in March.